And when people start lecturing about like, you do this and that band and this and that band needs to be canceled, and we're like, fuck you. Just look at the history and think how we got this far and how we are rated now one of the happiest nations in the world. Actually, 8 years in a row, happiest nation in the world. And I would like joke about it and say, there's 2 reasons why we're just the happiest nation on earth. First of all, we have lots of metal bands. That's the joke part, because we also have a lot of horrible metal bands.
Yeah.
But the unfunny part is we don't really give that much of a fuck.
Greetings, Legion, and welcome to episode 237 of Into the Necrosphere. We are inching closer to that quarter-century mark, and this week I am welcoming a guest who is long overdue a visit to Mean Street Studios. His name is Jerry Kurunen. He is the host of the very popular Rauta YouTube channel. He's also the frontman for Annihilatus and for Nightside. We spoke about both of those bands. We spoke about his channel. We spoke about metal in general, and we also covered the fact that over the course of the last couple of years, he and I both have had on the show a couple of reasonably controversial characters. This is everything that you would have expected it to be. I said this last week, and I'll say it again. This is certainly not the last time he's going to be on the show. Certainly not the last time you're going to see us do something together. So great talking to him, great getting to know him. We'd kind of started making contact after Inferno, and I'm really happy that we finally managed to get the diaries aligned and do this particular episode. Before we get to that, though, we've got us another premiere on the Sphere. Heathen Deity put out their debut record, True English Black Metal, on June the 9th, 2021. I have had Dagon, their frontman, on the podcast twice previously. For those of you that checked out those episodes, you know that True English Black Metal was a record 25 years in the making. Now, fortunately, they have not made us wait 25 years more for the sophomore effort. That is called Satan's Kingdom, and is going to be released on Cult Never Dies Records in October of this year. Dagon and the lads have chosen Into the Necrosphere as the platform to host the first single to be taken from Satan's Kingdom. So for your listening and also your viewing enjoyment, if you're watching this on YouTube, sit back, buckle up, and enjoy the very cunningly titled new single off of the brand new Heathen Deity record. This is a song called Fucking Worthless. Another premiere on the Sphere that was Heathen Deity with Fucking Worthless, the first single to be taken off their forthcoming album, Satan's Kingdom. The exact release date for that record is November the 30th. I think I might have said October in the first segment of the show. But yeah, it's November the 30th through the very good folks over at Cult Never Dies. Make sure you check it out. I got to hear the whole album a couple of times last week, and I can tell you right now, it is a significant gear shift from true English black metal. That was a good album. Satan's Kingdom makes it sound positively Bush League. So want to keep on your radar. We will almost certainly be talking about it and hopefully have Dagon on the podcast nearer its release. And again, thank you very much to them for choosing Into the Necrosphere to host the debut of that particular single. Link to the Heathen Deity Bandcamp will be in the description to the podcast. And I believe by the time that you hear this, you will be able to go and buy that single. I might even be able to put in some pre-orders for the new album. If you do, you know the move. You let them know that it was old Jackson at Into the Necrosphere who sent you. Another great move that you should have mastered by now is to hit the subscribe button on your platform of choice. If you are not yet subscribed to Into the Necrosphere, you can follow me also on the socials. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, and X. And of course, you should know by now that I am a member of the most elite of all podcast content creators. We fill your week from Monday to Sunday with high quality content focused on eradicating mediocrity wherever we find it. The group, of course, is called the Horsemen of the Podcasting Apocalypse, and we start off on Monday with Horrible 666, brought to you by Brandon Legion. On a Tuesday, yours truly casts hexes and slays poses on Into the Necrosphere. I've got a couple of big announcements coming up. No guests that have been, or no episodes in the tank just yet, but some big guests that have been confirmed. You know I'm a bit paranoid, so when they happen, I'll let you know about it on the socials. But rest assured, we've had a phenomenal year on Into the Necrosphere thus far, and the momentum is not stopping anytime soon. So thank you very much to all of you for your support, because this would not be happening without you guys sharing, talking about the show online, and just more and more people checking out the show every single week. So I really, really appreciate that. As I said, 2024 is going to be a fucking fantastic year for this podcast. On a Wednesday, we've got Sensei Mike Hill bringing you his variety hour, his variety show, Everything Went Black. He returns on a Thursday with Necromaniacs alongside his co-hosts, Sheriff Mike Scondado and Professor Jeff Kashid. Necromaniacs is a show where they review old and new horror movies. It's one of my absolute favorites of the week, and it is one that I do not miss no matter what. On a Wednesday, we do double up your pleasure as well. I nearly forgot to mention that. Iblis Manifestations, hosted by Cheyenne of the band Trivax, or from the band Trivax. He does his show every second Wednesday, and he's got a bunch of episodes that he recorded at Beyond the Gates coming up. Those, I think, are going to be really entertaining, so keep an eye out for them. On a Thursday and on a Sunday, we've got the sinister minister Karl Haikara bringing you a deep dive into the dark, the weird, the arcane, and the esoteric with his podcast, Soul Knocks. And if you're a fan of the Sinister Minister, don't go anywhere when I'm done talking to Jerry, because I'm not going to shortchange you guys on the news rant front, even though my conversation with Jerry ran pretty long. And considering the fact that this week we've got new tracks by God Dethroned, Solstafir, 1349, and many others, I figured I needed some backup. So I asked Karl Haikara to join me. He's going to be joining me for a full-throated version of the news rant straight after my conversation with Jerry. Stick around for that, but right now, buckle up as... I was about to say two titans collide, but let's be honest, Jerry is the master to my apprentice. Just sit back and enjoy as I welcome Jerry Kurunen of Nightside, Annihilatus, and Rauta.
Oh yeah, this is probably something I kind of bound to advertise. This is quite a small. I don't know if it's technically microbrewery, but anyway, small brewery called Massis. Doesn't really mean anything, but some people might use it as like a slang word. Massis, like depression. I don't know if this has actually anything to do with the local brewery, but this is Helsinki-based brewery, And the story why I got in contact with these guys is that they are, at least part of them, are metalheads. And I was reading an article about them, and I contacted them like, do you want to do collaboration, because I know you're metalheads. So they are doing a bunch of these beers. I will actually show you before we start what I mean. So they recently sent me a box of various beers.
Oh, cool.
Like 12 different beers. And like I said, I knew them because they're like metalheads.
Yeah.
And I like, we can do collaboration based. Like, I don't want you to pay me anything. Just send me some beers and I will have them, when I do Rauta's monthly streams and all that stuff. And I will show people what I'm drinking. And that's the beauty of it. No money. I don't want any money. I just want beer. And that's, if it's fine with you, you can send them to me. And they're like, okay, sure, we'll send you a box. So they are actually doing a few band beers. Like this is, I don't know if you know the Finnish band Diablo. They're kind of a semi-mainstream in Finland. Cannot really call them full mainstream, but more on the mainstream than underground side. Kind of like, I don't know, melodic groove metal, whatever. And this is one of their new beers, Black Swan. Okay.
That's cool. It's a very nice looking can.
Yeah, I mean they have style in my opinion. These are also very cool. Before Dawn, which is once again more on the mainstream side of thing, and they have this 4:20 p.m. American Pale Ale, and Kaunis Kuolematon, which is, I guess, not mainstream in terms of success, but style-wise. So they have this kind of beer. So all very different. And then this is not a band beer, but this kind of shows what they're all about. Beer and metal. This is
awesome.
Pills. So various beers. The one that I picked for this interview is just basically randomly picked, but I wanted something that I can like enjoy. So as you can see, there is nothing really anything of metal here. And the couple of ones I had on the stream, very good tasting beers, but once again, nothing to do with metal as such. Yeah. So as you can see, their style from can to can, beer to beer is very, very different. Not all of them, indeed, have nothing to do with metal as such, but I think they have the aesthetics because it's really different, not just, the boring old school style. Like, for example, I'm a big fan of Thornbridge beer. I think it's UK based, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't even
They have great beer.
I've never had. I'm busy drinking at the moment. It's become a bit fashionable to like it, but I have been drinking it for years. Camden Hells. The beer itself is really good, which is why I like drinking it. It's like a really nice taste. I'd say of every beer I've ever had, probably one of my favorites.
All right, cool. Got to taste it one day. I haven't seen it in Finland, but for example,
we're not into the UK.
Okay, I was using this Thornbridge as an example because it's one of those UK brands we have here, at least fancy beer places. Yeah, their beers are fantastic, but they're the labels are some of the most boring ones ever. There's always this like female women statue in the same fucking position. Just the colors are different from beer type to another one. And if I was picking a beer based on label, I would have never touched, Thornbridge beers. But the beers they make, they're really, really good, especially if you're into, say, craft beer, pale ale, IPAs, whatever. So there's that. But I'm not that much of a visual person. I mean, I like when things are looking nice, obviously, but that's kind of like beside the point. Goes with the album covers, goes with the beers. I don't really do much selection based on how things look. I just follow the intuition. But sometimes it really helps. Like if you're like gonna pick, say, 3 different beers in the store and you're going for some new ones, and you're like, okay, there's 3 really cool ones and 3 really boring ones. You know how it goes, right?
Yeah. No, I'm just busy looking at the Thornbridge Brewery beers right now, and they, I have seen these bottles, especially the Jaipur or whatever it's called. I have seen that. I can't remember where I saw it, but I did see it somewhere. But I can't remember actually having drunk any of it before.
Yeah,
so I'll give it a go.
I don't know your taste for beers, but I would say give them a go. In my opinion, it's some of the best ones I've had from, and of course, UK in general has a lot of great beers. So the competition is probably fierce. So I can't say that like it's one of the best because you probably have a lot of really, really, really good ones. I mean,
well, we need to clutch onto everything we possibly can at the moment, mate. Things are taking a turn for the worse in this country and a lot of other spheres of life. So, whether it's a couple of decent restaurants or the odd good band coming out, we need to celebrate that as much as possible. Are you all packed up and ready to go? By the way, you'll be headed off to Beyond the Gates tomorrow.
Yeah. No, Wednesday.
Wednesday, okay.
Yeah. So,
and how many times have you been there previously?
Oh, this is my second time. My first time for my cameraman who is coming from Finland with me. So, yeah, it's gonna be a virgin trip for him, but I'm already seasoned veteran. But yeah, second time for me, and this time I made sure that I have an extra day, so we get to actually have a little bit of tourism, if you will.
Mm-hmm. And I know you run a pretty tight schedule when you're at festivals. I was listening to your last AMA. My first festival was Inferno, like the first one where I went as somebody going to record content and stuff like that. But it is, I think now that I've been there once before, I know the lay of the land. I think I'll probably approach it a little bit differently next time. What did you think of Inferno, by the way?
Well, my first time when I was in Inferno was actually 2004. So it's been many, many years or 2 decades since the first time. And obviously based on that, I knew that I was going to like my second time and so forth, spending time at the Inferno. So, I mean, Oslo is very, very typical Nordic capital city, if you ask me. Like, if you compare it to Stockholm, Helsinki, Copenhagen, the vibe is not that different. So for someone coming from a Nordic country, I mean, it's very, very easy to just, get things going on. Of course, you're going to look at the pricey things and fuck, it's so expensive. But apart from that, I mean, the general vibe is it's not really metropolitan area. It's just like those medium-sized capital cities. So it's easy to get around, easy to get the kind of not too international vibe. And that combining, the size, I mean, with the fact that when Inferno takes place, you're going to see a lot of fellow metalheads. So the percentage, how many metalheads you're going to meet in a city like that, of course, it's relatively high compared to, say, if you went to, say, London or New York City or Berlin, whatever. Because, I mean, the whole thing at Inferno is because it's taking place during Easter, that it's pretty much like dead, the whole city. I mean, for example, 2 years ago when we went there, first time as Rauta, the funny thing is, like, we came, I think 8 or 9 in the morning, and we decided, okay, we need a cup of coffees after the flight and all. So, of course, we were looking for a cafeteria. We figured out we don't need to have those cafes at the airport. Let's get something local. I always like to go local places. And if you have some, I don't know, local pastries or whatever, it's really nice to test them. And then nothing was open. And we were like, fuck, this is so fucking weird. It's like really like a city from, those apocalyptic movies, zombie invasion, like nobody's anywhere, not even the corpses. So the vibe was really, really weird until the city kind of started blooming, meaning people were actually going out. And then, of course, the more into the central area you are, the more metalheads you start feeling. So that's kind of like, okay, now I'm among my own clan, if you will, because everybody who you see wearing, say, a band shirt is obviously going to Inferno. You probably don't end up meeting random metalheads who have nothing to do with the given festival. Yeah. So to answer your question, actually, based on this, is like, because the relative small size, and especially we're talking about capital city, when you get the whole mood with people, walking around the city, especially between the hub hotel, which is technically speaking a hub for the whole festival, and the Rockefeller venue, and of course other bars nearby, everybody seems to be kind of a metal connected, with the exception of the so-called normal people who have nothing to do with it. But I like that the very fact it's not that big, because then you get more into the kind of a mindset. You don't really feel so much as a stranger with your weird band shirts among the normal people, but more like, okay, this is where it's happening, and you're gonna meet people, and you could just say hello to a stranger, and they would probably say hello and hey, nice shirt or whatever. So because I'm a very, very social person, very extrovert, I mean, I don't mind bonding with strangers. Then again, I don't mind if they don't give a fuck who, about other strangers and all that stuff. But yeah, that's why I like things like Inferno. It's relatively small festival, and it's kind of a very packed, as you know. But that's part of the charm. Nothing is too much scattered around, which, in my opinion, is never a good thing. I mean, when you have a big area and people are going different directions, you kind of lose the atmosphere, what is present in smaller cities and smaller areas in general. So in general, yeah, I mean, I like the Inferno feeling, if you can call it that, because it's the two club combination, the downstairs place and the main venue, and of course the bars nearby. You can just go to any bar playing metal, and you're gonna meet people from the festival who are like-minded, who might come to greet you or ask you where you're from, and end up into, say, random conversation, which might end up being very fruitful. So yeah, I'm really that clan person, if you will.
Yeah, it is wild sitting in that hotel and being in the foyer. Number one, it's a very nice, very well appointed hotel. It's not some fucking dive bar. And then you look at the people that are working there. They're all very well dressed, but they're very nice to all the metal folk that are there.
Yeah.
You watch the folks that are walking around inside the atrium, and the atrium is, you'll sit there and invariably point out, oh, there goes Abath, there's Frost, there's Attila. It's like one name after the other that you see there. And then on the PA, instead of some, god awful pop music, they're playing Emperor
or lounge music, for that matter.
Yeah, exactly. They're playing Emperor, they're playing Bathory, they're playing Celtic Frost. It's like, Jesus, it was absolutely surreal to me. It was the first time that I'd ever been to a festival like that in the Nordics. I would love to come to Steelfest as well. I know you mentioned it to me when we were talking talking over Messenger. Just because it's just so wildly different to anything that you get to experience here in the UK. In the UK they could do that exact same festival. And I can tell you the staff would still stare at everybody like they're terrorists, and they'd still play Spice Girls over the PA. There, they really seem to embrace the music. They seem to embrace the scene and that aspect of their culture.
Yeah, and I think there's two things that they have understood, which are the kind of like key things to that. And the first is obviously like everybody, like not everybody, but I mean in Norway in general, they embrace that metal is one of their like bigger cultural export things. They understand that this is a cultural thing, this is a phenomenon, this is something that you can talk to about to a stranger. Even if you're a businessman, you can say, yeah, hello, I'm from Norway, you know what, we have one of the biggest sub metal scenes in the world, and everybody's like, oh yeah, it's that, so they kind of understand it's not just some weird shit like what kids are doing or those goths are doing. So they understand that very, very well. So I mean, they're not like should we like decorate the whole thing, or should we play something different in terms of music? But they're more like, okay, we are the official hodl, so let's just go with the mood. And the other thing is, of course, even though this isn't advertised, but I mean, because there's a clear collaboration with the given hodl and the festival, with the exhibition and the panels, you were like part of that. Yeah. So they are more kind of invested in the whole thing. And of course, when Easter is pretty much like mentioned, the whole city and probably the rest of the country as well is more or less closed, being this kind of a bank holiday thing. I mean, you being there, it's pretty much Thursday, Friday, Sunday. No stores are open. You cannot even go to, say, buy a beer from a local grocery store. So they're more like, I'm thinking from the business perspective, like, okay, why don't we get invested properly? Because the metalheads are going to be the number one guests at this very hodl. So why not give them something that they really want rather than being just a normal hodl with normal things? I mean, so I see it as a great thing of like hospitality, like good service and all that stuff. They really could go other way around and like be a normal hodl in that respect. But I think they're really winning the fans over. Like, hey, we're gonna give you something that we think you want. If it's Slayer, if it's Celtic Frost, or if it's, I don't know, Emperor, you're gonna like it anyway. You're not gonna bitch about it. Okay, I don't like this particular song or band or whatever. You're gonna feel like, okay, this is a metalhead hodl. And even though the whole thing is very posh, like super fancy and all that shit, when you see the people you mentioned, like it's like this all-stars meeting thing. You could really go for a, pencil and a piece of paper, like asking for autographs if that's your thing, or hang out in the bar and figure out how many people from various bands and all that shit. So it's probably a dream come true for a lot of those people. So supporting that with the music, make sure that people are gonna enjoy their stay at the Hodel Lounge Bar, versus if it was playing some, say, random pop music, and people would be probably like, why don't we head to a metal bar? Because this music sucks.
Yeah.
Feeling sucks. So rather they're coming from a business perspective. We want to understand our audience. We want to understand the people who are like having their rooms here. Let's make them feel more comfortable and welcome, and they're going to enjoy their stay. And now they're going to talk about it like we are doing. So in my opinion, 5 out of 5 in that respect. They have really done a great job. And that's why it's one of those hodl lobby bars where I really feel like being home, which I can't say about normal hodls. I'm not a hater. I don't hate lobby bars, but usually, of course, I go for something more specific or something that is not so neutral like the hodl bars tend to be. So yeah, they're really doing good job and supporting the whole Inferno/Oslo thing.
Is it the same in Finland when something like Steelfest is on?
Well, no. I mean, the thing is, in Hyvinkää, the small town where Steelfest is located, there is not like one big hodl that is very focused on that. There are a couple of hodls, and to be honest, there are not enough hodl rooms for all the people who look for a hodl room to stay for Steelfest and all. So people are more scattered around, and while they probably understand the nature of things, and to be honest, they don't really give a damn. They don't give a bad eye, like what is this black band shirt wearing people. They don't do that, but I mean, you don't really get that feeling. But then again, it's not so much centralized like it is in, say, Oslo. Even Beyond the Gates is different because it's more scattered around. I haven't been to the official festival hotels in Bergen, so I can't really compare if it is like that when you go to the official hotels. But in general, I would say Inferno is kind of a special in this sense, based on my trips anyway. So Hyvinkää and Steelfest, like, I don't think people are giving you like weird looks. I mean, they know what's going on during this given weekend. So everybody, of course, happy, like, okay, people want to get food, people want to get drinks and all that shit. Probably some people are going to like point at you, at least like kids, and like, Daddy, why are these guys with long hair and weird shirts and corpse paints and I don't know, nails and spikes and shit. But it's not like, apart from probably some random religious folks, that nobody really gives you a weird eye. But there certainly isn't this kind of a hodl thing either. Like, hey, we're gonna cater to your needs. But then again, it's been a few years since the last time I was in hodl during Steelfest, so I don't know if that has changed. Because past few years, basically after COVID years, we've had this Airbnb apartment. It's not an apartment, but a kind of an outhouse. So I don't know how the hodls have or might have changed in those terms. But I know people are going to have like after parties, and sometimes, especially when, the bands have hodl rooms in the very same place as, where the festival goers are, probably there could be some general atmosphere. But
To
be honest, I don't know.
Here's my question for you. How come I didn't see you at the Clarion gym when we were there? Cheyenne and I were down there a couple of times.
Well, that's a good question.
Poses were slain and pussies were sent running for cover. But it's I didn't see you.
No, the thing here is, past couple of years, I've packed my gym stuff for Inferno as well. I travel lightly. I really do. I basically try to stuff everything in a backpack or whatever. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to prepare that I can go to the gym. Now, what doesn't really happen is that I'm the kind of a person who says yes if someone mentions after party. So instead of like going my normal, normal day routines, like hitting the gym 4 times a week or whatever, somehow I totally go down to the rabbit hole, which is decadence and all that shit. So if I'm like up until say 4 or in this case 6 o'clock, the very first day when I hit the Inferno Festival, come back to the hotel at 6 a.m. in the morning, go for breakfast at 10, I'm like in no shape of hitting the gym, like without the risk of heart attack, that's my excuse. I mean, like, it doesn't even involve so much like heavy drinking. It's more like the lack of sleep, lack of energy, and trying to keep your head and body together for the rest of the days. So like I said, I always prepare that in case I just could do it, I would do it. But it's like my bad side of me takes over, and I'm not doing it. But never say never. Like I said, past 3 years, I have been a failure in terms of total gym thing, and I planned each year. Actually, this year it was a funny thing because my bass player friend, guitar player friend, was there for the first time. He is also a guy who goes to the gym and is a Thai boxer dude, bigger dude than I am, but even though he's not like so much in powerlifting or whatever. But I was like, Auntie, we should go to the gym. And he's like, fuck you. Like, I thought he was like the more disciplined guy because he kind of goes bed earlier than me and probably gets proper sleep and all that stuff. He's younger than me. Like, you should have the energy. If I'm like asking, should we go to the gym? And you're like, fuck you, I won't go there. Like, okay, that's my excuse as well. I know it's a cheap excuse, but to be honest, I was kind of like hoping that I would be able to hit the gym. And I was also thinking that now, third year at Inferno Row, after this 20 years hiatus or whatever, I was like, maybe I should also go to the pool area. I don't want to go to a pool area by myself because, I mean, what the fuck I'm supposed to do there by myself?
Yeah.
So it was like asking my friends, hey, should we go to the pool? Nah. I'm like, okay, fuck it. Let's just do something else. So that was my excuse. I know it sucks. I know, no denying.
How long have you been lifting for?
Let me see. About 16 years.
And you do competitive powerlifting?
Not really. I mean, I've been into a couple of competitions, maybe 3 or so, but like, or 4, I don't know. But only one of them has been like official one, and I only entered the deadlift series because I'm old and I started it way too old. I was already over 30 when I started doing that. I always saw myself more as a martial arts guy, and that was true. I mean, it is still true in the sense that I've been practicing martial arts way more than powerlifting, but COVID pretty much killed it. So after the COVID, I just kept going to the gym and doing my powerlifting regime, but martial arts, nope. So I always saw powerlifting or going to the gym in the first place. I mean, I didn't obviously start with powerlifting kind of stuff. I just, how it goes when you start going to the gym. You just start doing something. Yeah. You might have a friend who gives you a few tips, what to do, what not to do, blah, blah, blah. Or you might have some tips from a personal trainer. Maybe you pro the program and start doing something. But in the beginning, you just do something. And whatever you do, you're making gains and feeling fantastic and all that stuff. Only later on, you start focusing on something like which actually, results something. Be it bodybuilding, be it powerlifting, CrossFit, weightlifting, whatever. But yeah, it was a sidetrack for me, really, like a spin-off from martial arts, because there was this time when I started it, 2008 fall or whatever, that I had been, doing martial arts for almost 10 years. Different styles, but still, like that was the kind of one of those focus points in life. No matters like whatever your job is or whatever, whoever your girlfriend is, are you single or taken or whatever, like things change. But martial arts was like a beacon in the dark in a way. But that at some point things changed, I guess, too much in a way. I was basically doing martial arts and jogging. I was running and then again, going to martial arts classes. So at some point, I think we come back to my very, very nature of questioning things. You can call it Nietzschean perspective or whatever. But I was like, I need to change something. And there was a good friend of mine, an old colleague of mine from work. He had been going to the gym for a long time. He was already like a buff guy. And we made this kind of a deal. Like he would come to meet with me and start a new martial arts. We went for Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And I would also, then again, go to the gym with him. So like he entered the martial arts world for the first time, which I had been doing for years and years. And I would go to the gym as a for the first time, really. And we kind of changed these roles. And at some point, of course, when you get a new hobby, you know how it can be. It can really basically put everything else on the side, really. Like that's your focus point because it's a new thing, much like in a new relationship. Suddenly you spend a little bit less time with your friends or whatever because you have something new in your life. So this gym kind of started, I think more like taking more time, and the martial art things went a little bit on the side. And suddenly, of course, you also end up realizing like, if you're going to do running on Monday, you're going to hit on in a gym on Tuesday, and then you have probably martial arts on Wednesday and, things like that. You start scheduling and you figure like there's no, a day where you actually rest and not do anything, but just something. So, of course, that also starts taking your toll, and then you're like figuring out what you want to actually do. Do you want to go with this new girlfriend, the gym, or are you going to hang out with your ex, which you has never really parted ways with? And you start balancing things out. So eventually, gym was the main focus for a while, and then things kind of got back. Actually, it was the running that kind of was removed from the equation.
Took a back seat, yeah.
Yeah, at some point. And things kind of found the natural balance at some point. And of course, when the gym kind of was more focused with the initial thing, which was train something, it probably had something like, 12 different exercises, which sounds really crazy to nowadays version of me. Like having 12 exercises, what the fuck? Like 2 sets of this, 2 sets of that, maybe 3 after that. And like, I don't know how you can even fit everything like that in a 60 minutes or 75 minutes or whatever. But back then, of course, you really, really understand what training is all about. You probably trained way too light. Just get, the kind of a sweat going on. You do a little bit biceps, a little bit triceps, a little bit legs, a little bit this, a little bit that. Probably didn't lead much to anything but understanding like the possibilities of what you have in the gym.
Yeah, and I think it's establishing that habit of actually going into the gym and putting the reps in. It was the same for me. I was, when I moved to the UK, I became really fat. And then I started, when I got a job in the city, started going to the gym, and it started off with 2 days a week. Then I was like, okay, well, let's see what I can do if I could go 3 days a week. And then you go 4 days a week. And then suddenly you go 5 days a week. And then, you start going in the morning and at lunch. And it's like, you just kind of keep on pushing it as much as you possibly can. And I think the exciting thing about powerlifting and things like that is on the surface, to the average person, it seems like such a simple thing, doing a deadlift. But you will work on your deadlift form, and you will discover new things about deadlift form, and whether it's squats, deadlifts, bench press, it doesn't really matter. But it'll evolve over time how you do it. And one day you'll pick up something like, if I screw my feet in this way before I start doing a squat, it changes everything. And you can't fucking get enough squats in because you just want to keep trying this new method that you've discovered. It's a really personal, really interesting journey. But I think I also get that to a lot of people from the outside, it looks bizarre.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, like, it can be so much going into the similar rabbit hole what you do with music. I mean, first you listen to just anything. As a kid, you find a lot of different kind of music. You don't even know what you like. You just listen. The same thing with going to the gym. You just try different things and figure out how it makes you feel, and does it make any sense to you, and all that stuff. That's the kind of entry level stuff. Then you kind of start digging deeper, and the more focused, the more you kind of narrow down. Like, for example, today when I went to do some squats, I did 3 exercises. Just back squats, front squats, abs, and I'm out. And that took me the 60 minutes versus what could have been 12 exercise, say, some 15 years ago. And the rabbit hole is very, very similar in the sense, like I said, you have a bunch of music, but it's all the mainstream stuff. Something you hear on the radio, something on your music TV. This is for kids who don't remember that back in the 80s and 90s, music TV actually played music, but it was a good source.
Well, we used to discover a lot of really good music on there.
Exactly. I remember that was the sidetrack a little bit, but that was actually the first time I probably heard Cannibal Corpse and stuff like that, because music TV and Headbangers Ball. Now, getting back to this training thing, I mean, it's kind of you start going deeper and deeper, and then you kind of figure out this is something I like and this is something I don't like. And you kind of start narrowing down and removing the useless shit. And the same thing applies to powerlifting and a lot of things in general. Same thing with martial arts. You kind of start focusing on the things that you enjoy and bring you a certain level of, not experience, but, progress, something that kind of helps you focus on the deal. Like, if you want to get better at bench press, you probably should address the problems, which I, to be honest, ignored way too long. That's why I still suck very, very much at bench press. But my point here is you start kind of reading about, like, how to improve my deadlift? What could I do about squats? Which movements, which exercises are helpful in order to, help with your main thing? And that's exactly the same nerdic stuff that you do with music. You start reading certain band interviews. You start focusing on certain genres. Or if you're a musician of sorts, like a guitar player, you probably start looking info on amps and pedals and whatever. So, I mean, it's a very, very nerdic approach of things, which people don't often, mention out loud, because they feel like being this kind of a geek or nerd is a shameful thing. But let's be honest about it. This is how things get done.
Yeah.
It's about focusing on something. So if you want to get better at deadlifts, you start figuring out, what should I do? Like, you start mentioning, like, you start figuring out, maybe it's how you position your feet, or how do you probably, your upper body, do you relax this and that, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And also you start thinking about, should I get my own belt rather than using the one in the gym? And then you get the belt. You start reading about the belts, which kind of belt I should be picking up, things like that. The same things with squatting. You probably originally just squat with any kind of, shoes. Then you start looking for shoes to, help you with squats and, focus the way you do it. Like, if you get the better form with certain kind of shoes, you start getting sleeves, and you start thinking if my belt is the right type of that, and you start reading about these records, like, okay, that guy did 400 kilo deadlift for the first time. Then you start reading about this guy who did 450 and things like that. And it's exactly the same thing. You start liking a band, and you start reading these interviews and you start like, okay, this band member likes this and that band, and he mentioned that in the interview. I'm gonna check out those bands. Technically speaking, the very, very same rabbit hole thing. And you could talk about also certain bands. I mean, you take bands like Burzum or Summoning or whatever, and they go really deep into the world of fantasy things. And they stop at like the very entry level thing, like, hey, I watched 3 Lord of the Rings movies, I'm gonna make an album. Fuck no. They start reading the books, they go for Silmarillion, they go for like Hobbits and shit, and they get to read probably role-playing games. It's very, very geeky thing. And that's why I think people who share this kind of approach, like narrowing down, going to the rabbit hole, can actually understand one another, even if they're, say, certain styles, whatever they do, is different. Like you can really get the guitar player person and the deadlift person basically speaking the same language, even if their focus things is very, very different from one another.
Yeah, no, I would completely agree. Let's talk as we're touching on music. Let's talk about Nightside. I hadn't heard the End of Christianity, and so when you got me onto listening to Death from the North, I think knowing you from the channel and speaking to you, I was expecting really like raw, bestial, like almost borderline war black metal. And what I got instead was this incredibly well written, very thoughtful, like a self-contained band, but very, very much venerating the bands that it's influenced by. Like you could hear influences from the first 2 Emperor albums, and then there was a bunch of other bands, other seminal efforts that you could hear incorporated into it. But it really is a fucking absolute triumph of an album, and I feel like more needs to be done, and this is partly why we're talking as well. More needs to be done to make people aware of it, because I think it's one of the best black metal albums of the year so far.
Thank you so much.
And it's been an album that the more I've gotten into it, or the longer I've listened to it, the more I enjoy it, the more I pick up different stuff, different elements from it. But it had been a while since you guys had put out anything. I know you did the Lions demo, but really kind of the End of Christianity was the last record, and that was some time ago. How did everything fall back in line for you guys to decide to put out a second record?
Now, this needs kind of a go back to early 2000s. Actually, even to 1990s, to be honest, to fully explain how things were. So, when we started in 1996, of course, we were guys in our early 20s, and things were like, okay, this is something that we want to do. I mean, for example, me and the drummer, we didn't even know one another before going to the same rehearsal place and started doing music and rehearsing the songs he had written. And ever since the day one, basically, this goes really to the very moment when I was recruited for the band, because there was like a drummer, the founder of the band, and still actually one of the main composers. There was a guitarist and the bass player. So 3 guys were in the band before me, but I was the very first vocalist. So the band had been there for a few months. Now, before we got actually do anything, the bass player who recruited me for this band was gone. So, and this is very, very pivotal moment in the sense of understanding what Nightside and the reasons why we split up early 2000s was because we always got this thing going on. Someone joins, someone leaves. Someone joins, someone another leaves again. So we always were like this band who went like 1 step forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And that eventually made us, really like kind of burn down the band, really. And one of the reasons, and this is one of the very, very few things I, in a way, regret. I always say that I don't have regrets in life, because whatever we are now is the result of the choices we made, for the better or worse. And because I'm in a good place, I really can't say I honestly really regret. But had I understood back then, I should have not have left the band in early 2000s. But this was partially because back in 1999, I had this other band, Annihilatus, founded with one of the guitar guys who played in Nightside for a while. And while Nightside was basically, how to say, not moving anywhere, there was this point, this time and place where it felt like the band was slowly kind of drowning in a swamp. You kind of get the feeling like the water is catching up, and you feel like if I don't grab the rope that I'm given to at this very moment, I'm gonna drown, and that's the story. End of it. Of course, this is overly dramatic. I mean, nobody's gonna get killed or die because if a band just goes to a dead end. But there was kind of like this choice I felt I had. Annihilatus was already, we did the first demo in 1999 before the years and the new millennium started. Then we had EP and then we had full album. So things were moving fast in Annihilatus camp, which is, by the way, the raw end of rather primitive warlike black metal you were thinking of when you were talking about Nightside. So in that way, your intuition was not wrong. So anyway, while Annihilatus was moving forward, just a two-piece band, our own Dethroned, if you will, in that sense, Nightside was stagnating. Nothing was happening. And then you kind of figured out, okay, this boat is going nowhere. I'm just going to jump the ship and say, thank you for all the years. Too bad we couldn't go anywhere. And I put all my focus in terms of music on Annihilatus. So that got all my attention and that got all my creativity put into it. I guess I kind of felt I couldn't really share the love. This gets 50% and this other one gets 50%. I always felt like this couldn't be really, kind of honest thing. I mean, there's a plenty of bands, of course, even in Norway alone, where certain band members have like 5 different bands. And I'm always like, you cannot give 100% to every band, because if 100% is all you got, you're more like handing out 50 for you, 20 for you, another 10 for you. Maybe you get 7%. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, Annihilatus is gonna be my thing, because that was something that I was there to found with my my guitar player guy, and we went forward. So Nightside was like, okay, things were stagnating. They replaced me, of course, with a new vocalist, and they even recorded an album. Never surfaced, and when I later on heard it, I understand why. But the thing is that eventually brought the band to a final halt. And eventually the band was split up, because when you had too many people leaving and then coming new people, eventually it's just slowing things down to a full stop. And then when things gone. So fast forward some 10 years, 15 years probably. I ended up, we didn't have any quarrels. We didn't have any fights or any drama, even though I left. So there was no, at least officially, that as much as I know, there was no bad blood. I don't know if somebody felt like I was doing a shitty thing, but then again, I was only a vocalist. I wasn't writing the songs. I was writing literature, and I was probably the guy who was mostly contact with the labels and answering interviews. But apart from that, I mean, the band was not depending on me in terms of writing new songs. Yeah. So in that sense, I don't feel like the band, I mean, they could have gone actually bigger, and then I might be the guy looking at, man, what did I miss? Why I didn't go with these guys? But no, it came to a halt. And indeed, when I later on, saw some of the guys, I remember we had this talk with the drummer in a local bar, like, should we do some kind of a comeback gig and just, play old songs for the sake of it and shit like that? And this was probably maybe 6 years ago, I would say roughly 2018, something like that. And I was like, okay, if you want to do it, so like, let's see how it goes. But nothing happened. I don't know why. Probably nobody was like that much invested in it. Maybe it was just one of those ideas you just throw in the air and see how it lands. And you know how it goes often. Things don't really go anywhere. Just random ideas are thrown on the table, but nothing really happens. So a couple of years later, or 2020, 2021, I don't even remember actually who said it the first, but this was the idea. But maybe we should actually do this kind of a comeback gig, after 20 years, and play some old songs. And we actually had more of the old lineup ready for that. But some said like, no, that thing is goner. Like maybe 2 years, 3 years ago, it could have happened, but no, I'm not into it anymore. So ironically, the very same guy I started Annihilatus back in the days, DH, and him and me and the drummer Beleth, we were talking about like, should we actually do the comeback? And then things started, actually, happening. We started figuring out, okay, DH didn't play on the album End of Christianity, but played shows, and good guy, very skilled guitarist and bass player, and a rational guy to begin with. And the drummer, we started thinking, three of us, okay, so who can we get if we do this kind of a comeback thing? And do we want to do more if the playing with the band feels right? Like, do we just want to stop there, like play a show or two and then call it quits again? Like, and then I'm like getting the same kind of a spark when I was talking about martial arts and, hitting the gym for the first time. I'm like, flames starting up, and I'm like, why should we stop there? Like, we really should, do more of that, because it makes no sense to rehearse multiple times, probably after these years, at least like 20 times or so, to get the grasp of the songs, to play them so that it feels right, not just some sloppy comeback gig for a night or two, but to do it really like well made, to kind of make an impact. Like, there is no way to go do it in a sloppy way and just half-assed,
Yeah.
Like if we want to put that much time and effort into rehearsing those songs, why should we stop there? It makes no fucking sense. It's almost like you're saving so much money to buy a car, and then you end up buying a cheap car and drinking the rest of the money, kind of thinking like, what's the point in that? You got to go for something real, something more serious, or don't do it at all, because it makes no fucking sense to rehearse 20 times to play one show, or 2 times, So it's kind of a rate of investment kind of a thing. I know it's very business-like approach, but I mean, the same thing is with the gym. Why would you hit the gym if you're just getting the sweat on and nothing else? I mean, why not go further? The same approach with the band. So we started thinking, okay, let's get something we can trust, who we know personally, that, who is also not only a good guy with his instrument, but who is actually something that we like. We feel that the chemistry is right there. And now getting back to the 90s or early 2000s with the Nightside. Now, when I mentioned we had this problem, one guy comes and another one leaves. We didn't want that happening again. We need something who can be trusted, who is more solid, to get kind of a more firm foundation for this comeback. So it doesn't feel like some shitty cover band thing doing the same songs again and then splitting up again. So we started looking for candidates. A few calls or messages were made. Certain people said like, thanks, but no thanks. And we were looking like, we really want to get something that understands it. We cannot have these so-called black metal tourists, I like black metal for 2 years, and then I figured it's not for me kind of guys, because we had our share of that. We have to have somebody or some people who are into this kind of stuff, not for tourism, not for fucking groupies or free drinks, but because they're listening to this stuff, because they fucking live and breathe that same shit. Much like us. I mean, we never went away, even though the band stopped existing, but it's not like we faded away, from the scene. We still kept going on, and we still listen to the same music. So we had this flame, even if it felt like the flame was so much smaller than back in the days, but the same fire was still within us. Now we just kind of got more nitro, So we went through these candidates and we figured out who should we know. And ironically, one of the good candidates, for the bass player, were actually my powerlifting friend Kalle, or how is known, Warlord.
What I was about to say, Warlord.
Yeah. Yeah, Kalle is a big guy and really good guy. Like, like one of my best friends these days. But we originally, we had met at some festival back in the days. But how we really kind of became friends was actually through mutual training. We ended up at the same gym and started talking about blah, blah, blah. So, like, hey, I know this guy. This is a good bass player. He used to play in a band before, back in the days. Hasn't been playing actively for I don't know how many years, but he's a really good guy. I can totally vouch for him, and we should totally ask him. So, picking the phone, explaining the situation, and suddenly he's like, okay, let's try it out. That sounds like good. Something like I've been wanting to actually play something, but I haven't had a band for I don't know how many years. So then goes for another guitarist and kind of the same kind of thing. So we find this guy who plays in a band called Seidur, a local band, but never released an album or anything like that. But me and the drummer, we knew him. I didn't know him well, but I knew him, and I like it. He's a decent guy, and he knows, how to play guitar well. He also likes and listens to black metal because he also already has a black metal band, even if it's more pagan, kind of a borderline folk thing, but still pagan black metal. And look, okay, let's try this guy, and then we hit the rehearsal place and things start going nicely. And we did the first show and we feel like, yeah, we should definitely not stop here. And I'm going to repeat myself here, but ironically, TH, who was there to, kind of bring back the band, felt like after a few months, I don't have time for this. Okay, I get it. Everybody has a family and shit. So, and different priorities. So he left, and once again we were in this thing like, oh shit, we're back to this thing. Someone joins the band, and then someone leaves the band, and then I'm like, who the fuck we're gonna get for second guitar? And then it comes to our mind. Okay, there's this guy AK, who used to be the drummer for Warlord's X band. I'm like, yeah, but he also plays guitar. Okay. He's a really, really nice guy also. We know that we could never have a fucking fight with that guy because he's one of the best friends of the bass player, and he's a friend of mine also. We should totally ask this guy. First, he was like, I don't know, man. It's been so many years since I played the guitar. I don't know if I could do it. Like, drums are my focus. But then I start sending him message like, you know what? We need a drummer. Guitar player. And we need someone we can trust. Like, chemistry comes first. And whatever you play comes second. This might seem a little bit weird to a lot of people, especially those who are pro in the world of music, but we are not pros. We don't fucking pretend to be fucking pro band. We think this first and foremost more like a family kind of a thing. If you cannot have that chemistry in the band, stop pretending. It's not going to work.
Yeah.
So you have to be friends first. And kind of a good musician second. If you can have both, fucking great. But it has to be chemistry first, because we've seen so many times how these people are living who we thought we could trust because, various reasons. So then he was like, I don't know, man. Warlord already asked me, and I'm like, yeah, but we really need me. And trust me, I can be a very fucking convincing guy, almost to a level of annoyance when I start pushing people, because I won't give up easily. And the same thing applies if I want to talk my friend to a lifting thing. If I'm gonna ask a girl out, I'm not gonna stop at first no. Like, I don't know. Fuck you, I don't know. You're gonna do it, I'm gonna be that guy. I'm gonna be so fucking pushy and so convincing. I try to do it nicely, of course, but my point here is I can be that guy who rings your doorbell too many times. So then he is like, okay, fuck, let's give it a go. And suddenly he felt like this fire, which I mentioned earlier, inside was like, boom. Suddenly felt like, fuck, why I haven't been doing this for so many years? And like, I know. I mean, we're fucking everybody's in the same fucking situation. And there we have. This is the 5-piece. And when we played our first foreign gig last fall, I said, like, this is going to be our trial by fire, because now we actually have to look one another, overnight after random booze and whatnot, after the gig. And if we still don't get any kind of a fight, this is going to work. And yeah, of course, we have our keyboard player who was originally a session member, also an old friend of mine and some of the other guys. And he was a little bit tricky to get convinced, like, you should join the band full time, because he was a little bit more like reluctant in a way. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I have the time. There's some other things needed to be taken care of, other bands and blah, blah, blah. But I think he also got the vibe, and also because some things happened in other bands, I guess he found the time, because he probably felt like we can do it. We can be this 6-people family and, make it work. Like, everybody's enjoying, playing the music, and nobody's, gonna, I don't know how you say it in English, but you're not gonna walk over somebody else like, okay, my ideas are better than yours. But more like respecting, okay, you brought that riff, okay, let's hear it out. Maybe we can, better it,
Maybe we can start it from scratch, and make it sound okay.
You're able, and I mean, we're even encouraged to really challenge, the other ideas. Like, it's not going to say, like, there's no captain who's going to say, nope, take that riff home. More like, okay, let's see what we can do with this. And if some things don't work, we're gonna just fire it down. But we're not gonna, do it in a brutal or harsh way. We're gonna give the time for the thing to mature. Try it out different ideas, or maybe sometimes it's more like, okay, you have this good riff, but the last chord is a little bit weird. Like, let's try changing it. Or let's try alternate tempo. Let's try it with blast beats, or let's try to slow it down, maybe add some keyboards, or how it would sound if we had some vocal parts here and there, or maybe remove some of the vocals, try different ideas, get those pieces and, stare from the different angles. And that's how we work. So we have plenty of guys, basically everybody else except me have actually brought at least one riff or melody or more than that into, for example, the latest album. So that kind of proves to me that we are actually, one unit, not just 6 guys who are just hanging around, with one another. So it's a very tightly knit unit. Like, there is this mutual respect, and nobody gets to be the boss of the rest of the guys. But it does also means that, yes, sometimes we have to be a little bit pushy. Like I said, I'm the pushy guy, and it kind of helps when I'm not doing the riffs. I get to be like, okay, you should do this and that, and you should do this and that. And meanwhile, I'm gonna do this fucking interview, for example. So we are definitely sharing different workload, and we also give everybody enough space, to do what they feel like. And sometimes this pushy thing can be actually pulling. Like, for example, there was this one thing that, one of the guys was like, okay, I have this riff, but I don't know if it's gonna fit, how Nightside sound and all that stuff. I'm all like, let's bring it in, play it, and we'll feel if it fits the whole thing here. Like, if it has the right kind of atmosphere, or if it's fitting the whole puzzle. If it doesn't, we're gonna let you know. But don't be too shy. So it's like a two-way street in that sense. You have to be able to push people like, okay, this is not working too well. You have to do something about it. But it's also like, okay, come forward. Don't be shy with your idea.
Yeah, people need to feel empowered to be able to express themselves creatively. Yeah, but you kind of need the checks and balances that keeps the Death Heaven style riffing out of the band.
Right here.
Let me ask you a question.
Yep.
The work you do on the channel, the involvement you've had with the scene as a reviewer and I don't ever think of myself as a critic, but I mean, we're kind of, in some ways we are, because we're just naturally, I think you just naturally become programmed to start assessing music and performances in a certain way.
Yeah, it
How
would be
much of that?
it's honest to say the other way, to be honest. We're always doing that, even if we just do interviews and all that stuff, and even if we are super polite to people. But like you said, we start assessing the music, we start, picking our favorite fruits on the table, so to speak. So there's always that. But yeah, sure. Go with the question, sorry.
How much of that approach, of that programming that we just spoke about now, how much of that bleeds into the way that you approach the creative process in Nightside? Like, would you look at something that Nightside does live or that Nightside does on a record and go, like, in my mind, this is what the elite in this genre sounds like or performs like, and therefore we need to be working towards something, not a copy, but to a similar standard, if you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I totally do. Yes, it definitely bleeds into that, and that's something that I'm kind of I would use quotation mark, but I'm kind of worried about it because, way before I started Rauta, I've been, writing reviews for more than 20 years. That means I've reviewed thousands and thousands of stuff, and this is not to boast about the numbers. This is more like giving a context, the scale, what I'm talking about, and. Because you have gone through so many different albums of various genres throughout the years, and you have your favorite bands, and why they are your favorite bands. I mean, you as a critic, whether you call it that or not, let's just not have to excuse ourselves here. But when you're a critic, you of course figure out why you like certain ideas.
Yeah.
You should never stop saying, okay, this is a really good album, this is quite lukewarm, and this is shit. I mean, that's kind of a lazy. In my opinion, that's where the actual thing starts. And that is why I feel like people are so lazy. I'm going to explain this before I get to reply your question, because I think this needs to be something that people need to understand. Like, it's so easy to say, make a tweet or a Facebook comment like, I don't like this album, it's 3 out of 10, it's shit.
Yeah.
That's where the actual critical work starts, because that's when you start hearing your brain go tick like, so why I didn't like this album? Was it about the songwriting? Was it about the vocalist style? Was it about song lengths, album lengths? Was it about the album cover? Was it about silly name the album had? There are lots of things that you have to consider, and they all have, their role, and they're playing with the role that makes the whole thing, happen. So when you do music for your own band, of course, you start always hear the kind of side in the back of your head doing the same kind of thing. Is this riff really that good? Should we use it, or is this something that I would consider filler, like I would say in some of my reviews? Or if this melody, does it go for too long, or is it even too short? You start questioning these things, and then you start, of course, mirroring them to certain bands in the same genre. Like, for example, on our album, Death from the North, of course, I am, listening to the songs because I'm not the songwriter.
Yeah.
In the very same fashion as I would listen to something that's sent for me for review. Like, is this melody really that good? We should include it. If the answer is no, or I doubt it, like maybe we should do something about it. And of course, like I said, there's nobody in the band is a boss. So I might have some second thoughts about certain riff, certain melody, certain, I don't know, line, passage, whatever it is. So of course you approach that. But then again, you have to understand that you cannot be the critic of your own band, because it's not going to work. It's almost like, this is one of my favorite metaphors. I never got to use it, but this is the time and place. So say you're in a relationship. Doesn't matter if you're just dating or you're very, very serious relationship or you're married. All these apply. And you're an actor. You're an actor for movies or theaters.
Yeah.
How do you know when you're your real self and not playing a role? Because we all, in a way, play roles. Your one role might be the person you are at your day job, or one role as a relative, like a daughter or son to your parents, or a cousin, or maybe you're a dad, maybe you're a mother. You have a role. It's not like the same person who makes love to the spouse is the same person who offers makes breakfast to the kid. I mean, you are technically speaking the same person, but I mean, it's not like you go like you're dick swinging when you're doing the oatmeal. So my point here is you have these, let's say, micro roles. So of course, that's the same thing with the band. If you're doing music, you should first and foremost approach the music as some kind of a musician. Doesn't matter if you're guitar player, keyboard player, drummer, vocalist, whatever, but you have a role, and this role is to support the band and play your role, whatever your part of the band is. Me as a vocalist, I'm supposed to be the guy who makes the lyrics work. Think about the pacing, the rhythm, which parts to leave without singing parts or whatever. And also, of course, take the kind of a backseat approach, listen to the same song, hear the guys, okay, bass players there. Are these bass lines even audible? Can I hear them? And if I can't, why I'm not hearing them? Can you crank up the volume? Can you do something about that? The bass, okay, now it's more audible. Okay, I'm like thinking, okay, is this guitar solo too long? So you have always this critical approach, but then again, you also have to be the guy who supports the band. And as a critic, review guy, you are not there to produce a band. So it's very, very different when you're actually playing your role for the band as a band member, in order to shape up whatever the songs are like. So you have to make different, say, judgments, or I don't know what would be the perfect way of wording it out, but you have a different way as a band member to say something about an album as you are if you're a producer or if you're the review guy, because these are three very different type of roles when approaching the music, and also they happen in a very different phases in a band. So if you're like, for example, the guitar player, making the riffs and whatever, then you're actually building something for the band, and from the scratch. But if you're a producer in the studio and saying like, you probably need to do something about the solo, it's not going to work, or those drums, they don't work with that. You need to fix something, or maybe you're doing the thing and like, okay, one more take with the guitar solo or the vocal parts. This went too far, or the timing is a little bit off. And as a critic, you are like, okay, you're hearing the final product. So these are very different roles. And when you're trying to combine these different roles, of course, it's not going to work. So I think to a certain point, it actually helps when you are this review guy and you have gone through so many different albums and whatnot, because it kind of gives you this experience. Like, I'm probably the guy in the band who has heard most albums in Nightside. And this is not necessarily a compliment. This is because I've been listening to a lot of shitty music, which doesn't probably help you a lot in terms of like composing good music. When you have some horrible riff in the back of your head, like an earworm, like, oh, fuck, it doesn't necessarily help you to make a good song. Whereas if you have some song or part of a pop song even running in your head and thinking, maybe this could be a black metal riff if I just, change some parts or make it darker, changing majors for minors or whatever, and things like that. So it's a very, very different output. So as a review guy, I guess I think the good thing as a review guy is like you get to see the big picture in a little bit different fashion from the rest of the guys who probably spend more time with good music versus me. But yeah, it definitely kind of bleeds in. And sometimes you kind of have to tell the demon in your head, like, shut the fuck up. This is not the place you are going to do your review stuff. You're just going to focus on these songs and how to make sound even better. You have to be, though, in the review role, saying, like, if someone plays a, say, very, very lukewarm melody, and you have to be this guy who say, like, unfortunately, it's not going to work. Some other band already did very, very similar fucking melody here, and it's it's not good. So it kind of helps you being the guy who I'm going to be the one who tells you that. But apart from that, I don't know. You kind of have to be able to stop it. Like I said, with the actor in a relationship guy, you have to understand which is something that a role in your head might say versus what you are saying as a real person.
Yeah, I think you need to be mindful of the fact that you do have a working relationship with these people, with these fellow musicians that you're in a band with, and you need to pick your spots. And also remember that sometimes it's not what you say, it's how you made people feel.
Definitely.
You know, so whether you are right or wrong is almost irrelevant in some cases. But I can imagine that, and I think it's a good thing for a band like Nightside. But I can imagine that if you've listened to as much music as you've done, if you've seen as many performances as you have, it would sometimes be almost impossible for you to hold your tongue and go, that's not going to work. Or, you know, I guess at the same time, if you hear something that you know is going to absolutely nail it out of the park, you know, okay, I'm going to keep on fanning the flames behind this because I know this is the right direction for us to be going down.
Yeah, and indeed it helps in a way that when you hear, say, this particular style of music, for example, when you know you can, as a non-composer role, you're going to like it. Like, man, I really fucking like this song. You can already picture yourself doing it on stage. And you're like, this is going to be the song everybody, you know, remembers out of the album. So, of course, it kind of helps you to, like, figure it out, especially when you, like, pick songs for the, say, live set.
Yeah.
And like I said, it helps you in a way filter some bad ideas, like this is not going to work because, so, or this is going to work very, very nicely because. So there is definitely this kind of approach where it can help the thing, because sometimes, like I said, sometimes we need to pull the certain composer, like, give us your riff. It's probably better than you think, because you're like, I don't know, man. I don't know if this gonna fit for us. I don't know if it's that good. Like, bring it on. You already mentioned it, so you're kind of like halfway in anyway. Because if it was that shitty or that, I don't know, unsuitable, you wouldn't even have mentioned it. I mean, if you made some, I don't know, pop riff, you probably wouldn't even said, like, I actually have this one idea, but I don't know if it would, you know,
I think this is going to work better on the new Heathen album.
You would just give the shut up. I mean, it's not like you're going to bring some power metal riff into a rehearsal room of black metal and say, like, yep, I have this idea. And you're like, okay, what's it like? Oh, it's actually very Halloween-like. Yeah, it's very...
Sounds like Dragon Force.
Uplifting, yeah. And like, what the fuck, man? Why would you even suggest this? Are you fucking joking? So there's
let me ask you this question. In 2024, what are some of the things that have captured your attention in a good way musically?
You mean like albums, bands, gigs? To be honest, this year so far hasn't been like how to say, it hasn't been super, but there have been a few albums which, you know, have like got me surprised in a positive way. Like recently, and this came very, very late for review, I kind of abstained from the album listening before I actually got it for review, and then I got eventually forgotten it, was Inquisition's latest album, which I just very recently got. And I'm like, I was expecting a good album, but I think I got offered a great album because, and you know, I'm a fan of the newer style, for example, and not so much of the early works. And past, I don't know how many years, they have been doing nothing but good albums. So of course I was expecting a good album, but somehow it still managed to be like, man, this is even better. And usually when I have expectations, that's more likely that I'm gonna be disappointed. Why? Because I tend to be very kid-like, in a way, naive. You know, like for example, you know, I grew up with Star Wars. So even though I know that most of the nowadays Star Wars stuff is gonna be disappointing and probably closer to crap than good, I still kind of have the naive little kid inside of me, like this could really be it, And the same thing goes with music. If your favorite band or one of the good bands, is gonna release a new album, you kind of hope so badly it's gonna be really, really good album. And when it's not, you're like, I don't know. It's good, but it's not that great,
It's also impossible to divorce yourself from that thinking. I think you're speaking the language of every single person who discovered Metallica before the Black Album.
Yeah.
To this day, as much as there's nothing that Metallica has done beyond, I actually think Load had a couple of good songs on, but after that, there's nothing that I want to listen to.
That's a very, very good.
Yeah. All of it's awful, and yet they'll put out a new album, and I'll still be excited to hear it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm on the same boat because Metallica is the number one band when it comes to my teenage years. How much it defined my musical taste in terms of metal and music in general. It was really the pivotal band. Before Metallica, of course, when I was a kid, I heard some metal. Iron Maiden was the first metal band I ever remember hearing, and this was probably 1982. But that wasn't the band that kind of, stole my heart, so to say. That was Wasp years later. And then there were bands which were, bordering hard rock and heavy metal, early Mötley Crüe and things like that. But a lot of those bands kind of got forgotten when I entered the teenage years. And when Metallica was right there, really, that was mind-blowing. How can music be this, catchy, heavy, and thoughtful? And, thinking about lyrics, Metallica has always had great lyrics. The first album is, kind of a basic, it's easy to, laugh about it. Okay, seek and destroy, this like that. But come on, the guys were teenagers themselves.
Dude, Seek and Destroy is my favorite Metallica song. And
it's a really good song, but
singing a lyric like our brains are on fire with a feeling to kill is fucking badass.
Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Those lyrics are not exactly something that they did later
the lyrics
on.
are wearing leather and spikes and headbanging.
Yeah. So exactly. So my point here is Metallica had suddenly, it was this band that they could go really deep, whether it's For Whom the Bell Tolls, Ride the Lightning, or later on the defining songs like One, suddenly it was really even philosophical band in a way, singing about wars and tragic stories, death, or Ride the Lightning, fucking death penalty. So suddenly it was this band that was not just, bang your head and shit like that, which was okay. We didn't really need more than that. But you had these crazy skilled musicians. They had crazy good fucking production. They had these crazy good songs, and everything was really fucking superb. So when Metallica found its way into my life, it was wow, this is what Christians probably feel like. They feel like God spoken to me,
Yeah.
Really, really one of those. So I said, when I see okay, Metallica is putting out a new album or a new single, I make the exception. I almost never listen to singles because I'm kind of allergic to them. But, when, for example, the 72 season started coming out, with the singles, I kind of had to listen to them. I was click, I'm going to play that song. And, I liked some songs, but overall, I still felt like it kind of let me down. But that's life. That's one of the life lessons, really.
Yeah.
Most things you like are going to let you down eventually. And that's how you fucking learn to cope.
Yeah, I agree. But as I said, they'll always be, they've let me down consistently since Load. But there'll always be part of me that hopes they put out something else that's great. Slayer is the same. Just on the topic of Inquisition, I actually didn't like Black Mass for a Black Grave at all. I hated it. Bloodshed Across the Empyrean Altar to me is one of the greatest black metal albums, and I still believe it. One of the greatest black metal albums ever written. Black Mass for a Black Grave to me just sounded like It sounded like a man who has lost his testosterone. And then Veneration of Medieval Mysticism comes out, and it was just such a it just caught me by surprise. I was expecting it to be garbage, and from the second it starts, it's masterful. It is absolutely masterful.
It's a great album in so many ways, because I was actually laughing to myself, like towards the end, I don't remember what the song was, because I have this bad habit. This is a bad habit. This is something that I can never say that as a reviewer you should do that. You probably should make always note, like when you hear a certain passage or whatever, always take a look what song you're listening to. I do it very, very randomly. Like when something is really annoying me, or like really touching my balls, tickling, like, wow, this is giving me a hard on, then I look at the song being played. But so anyway, there was this one song towards the end of the album, and not the last track and not second to last, but somewhere on the lines. And then
Sorcery Through Crystal Eyes in Search of the Devil, I think is the song.
You mean, you know what I'm talking about, the country or Western movie thing going on.
Yeah.
The kind of this is so great. They have this thing going on, and it's almost like way too little played. I mean, it feels like played a little more. It's almost like flash a boob once and you never ever again see it again. Man, how come you can show it only me once? You have to do it at least twice. So these kind of ideas, or more like details, are something that I really, really like when they're so well executed. You just give a little bit of a teaser and it never comes back again. And you're like, fuck, did I just see Santa Claus or fucking reindeer right there? And these are the magical moments. Of course, it's hard to convince someone who is like in their 50s versus someone who is in their 15s. But the same thing kind of applies when you just give the right amount of things, it becomes magical. So you just don't overdo it, which is something that I still am annoyed with many good black metal bands, like doing certain things way too many times. And this is something which we actually discussed on Discord with some of the pals I know online. Like, how certain bands like go for those dramatic spoken parts, but do it too many times, and it starts feeling like a stupid fucking cliche, and suddenly booming voice appears. There's lightning in the sky, and I'm like, okay, that doesn't sound bad.
Yeah, I generally speaking, I don't.
It happens like again and again, and I'm like, get the fuck out of here and let me hear those fucking shrieky vocals. I don't want to hear the corny spoken parts too many times. So it's almost like when someone in the band loves the gimmick too much. It can be a bass solo, it can be some certain drum pattern or a keyboard thing, or fucking soprano singer. Like today, I was listening to, when I was driving, doing my errands and getting my head for Beyond the Gates and to interview bands. I've been lately listening to a lot of, for example, Death SS, which I'm going to interview at Beyond the Gates, and I've gotten a few albums that I need to listen to something else, and I'm like, okay, let me listen to something other than Death SS, something else that I'm also going to interview. So I'm going to revisit the latest Satyricon album, not the ambient album, the Munch album,
the atrocious Deep Calleth Upon Deep.
Yeah. And I remember it's my least favorite Satyricon album of all times. But I kind of wanted to listen, not wanted, but I feel like, because I'm going to, interview Satyricon at Beyond the Gates, I kind of have to remind why I didn't even like the album. And talking about the gimmicks, not only there's not one song where this is this kind of a background soprano singer or whatever, playing the kind of a haunting female vocals, and I'm like, okay, they're killing me, but they come back at the next song, and I'm like, how come nobody told Satyr, like, don't over fucking do it? One song is enough to annoy the fan listening to that album, and then you kind of like, let's bring it some more. It's like,
I have a theory on that, actually, and it ties into what we were talking about when I was asking you about how being a critic influences you and the direction the band take creatively. I think it is a terrible thing when bands don't have an external producer in the studio with them.
Yeah.
There's some guys that can pull it off and they do it really, really well, but there's just certain musicians that would benefit massively from basically never being allowed to self-produce a record. Stericon is a very good example of that. I just think, sadly, you get to a place sometimes where somebody is very popular. Everyone wants to work with them, and from my experience, witnessing it firsthand, who in that recording studio, unless they're paid to be a producer, unless they're a heavyweight producer who doesn't give a shit what Satyr says back to him or somebody else says back to him, who's going to say to this person, "Hey, listen, that part's not working"?
Yeah,
you remember that a year and a half in the life of Metallica. I don't really like Bob Rock very much, but he didn't think twice to tell them this isn't working. You need to think of something different here. You need to think of something different here. You need to tweak this, tweak that. You need that in the studio, like Pantera, Terry Date. He would tell them if something sucked. And lo and behold, it created some of their best work. You must have that. I think part of the reason Metallica doesn't sound as good as they used to is because they don't have someone in the studio that's telling them that their shit stinks. And I think you see it in our scene as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's part of the problem with why so many black metal bands, which are more established. I mean, after the two first albums, first you put the greatest ideas you ever had, then you put kind of leftovers and maybe some other good ideas for the second album. And then at least in Finland, we have the saying, like the third challenging one, which is when your well is probably a little bit dry, or at least the initial ideas are all gone. And then you're like, what the fuck should we do? Now, this is the first time I think a typical situation when a band faces a challenge. What are we going to do on the third album? And then the next stop is going to be, say, about, well, this depends, but this is very, very vague. But say happens after 20 years, 30 years, in a place, basically, when a band is very, very well established, like in a position where you're not exactly maybe mainstream, but you're kind of a big enough that you are probably already having so established style that you have done everything you ever dreamed of. And you're big enough that nobody, just no random person gets to say like, hey, you should do this and that. I'm talking about the band's size of a Behemoth, Cradle of Filth, Dimmu Borgir, Satyricon, Dark Funeral, whatever. So you're kind of so big already that you have the bigger labels backing you. Yeah, do an album. Yeah, let's make a world tour after that, and let's bring a wonderful wall of merchandise, starting with the strings and condoms and whatever you dream of. Like, we can do your dreams. We can make your fucking drive Rolls Royce, And then the bands are like, yeah, bring it on. I'm gonna fucking baby lube myself because you're bringing all the. Can you send also topless bitches here? And like. Stop right fucking there. Like, this is fucking black metal or extreme metal. The same thing applies, in my opinion, to death metal and thrash metal, whatever. I mean, this is no place to like, hey, you're some heavy metal king, And the funny thing is, I never got the feeling that, bands like Judas Priest or Iron Maiden or Saxon or any of those old timers who are fucking big enough, and they are not actually doing that. But sometimes I feel like these bands that started as underdogs, the true underground bands that started as true rebellions, and then when they became big, they started bringing the baby lube, like, hey, we're fucking big. We need a fucking classical orchestra. We need to play this in a fucking Times Square. And we need to have fucking pentagram laid all over Rolls Royce things while the strippers with 3 breasts from Total Recall are doing their fucking weird Super Bowl show. And nobody's going to stop fucking right there. You're a black metal band, though, so don't fucking do any of those idiot shit. But they are so big and their egos are inflated and the people are basically feeding. It's basically the very freaking same thing. So you said that you had that the face in your ear when you moved to UK, that you were like getting bigger and, like overweight and shit. This is exactly happening with their egos. They are like already like, I'm in no shape to, move or exercise. And they know that they are not just overweight, they're becoming obese. And then comes the feeder. And the feeder can be basically anyone who is like seeing something that they can, I don't know, kind of delude the things up. Like
they can exploit for personal gain. I think
exploit for personal gains, or just they want to just, they might be even the people who worship to give an artist so much that everything they do is the best idea ever. And this is the worst producer case ever. Like I've said a million times in my reviews, especially before Rauta years, that you have the two worst possible producers in your life. That is your spouse. So typically girlfriend, especially if you're a fan of the band, or your mom. Because no mom, especially the shitty kind of moms, are going to say like, my son, your music sucks. Get your hands back and get the fuck out of here to get a real job. There probably are a lot of those, but you know what I'm talking about, the loving mom.
Yes, my son, I don't understand any of your music and your vocals sound horrible, but you should be the best band in the world.
Kind of a thing. All the girlfriends are like, oh my God, Johnny, your music is so great. You look fantastic. You could be the king of the world. You really, everything you do is just fucking perfect. I'm like, shoot the fucking gal, or fucking strap that bitch into a fucking chair and don't let her do the producing. The producer should be always someone who can be close, but distant enough, or at least ballsy enough to say that, wait a second, that idea is not going to fly. You're just going to do yourself a shit service if you do this and that. And
100%. They need to be unconcerned with the consequences of telling the band that something that they've done is rubbish.
Exactly. So they're the ones like, don't do that Eurovision black metal song. You know, they are the ones who say, okay, you want to make a rock song, start a side project. Don't put your fucking black metal into the path you cannot come back from with, dignity and all. Because when you cross certain border, there is no coming back. I mean, there have been quite close calls. In my opinion, for some reason, for example, Dimmu Borgir has kind of a, I don't know how, but in my opinion, they still have the respect. And trust me, they're also one of those bands that have been on the verge of, falling down so many times.
Yeah, because their excesses nearly got the best of them.
Yeah, but somehow they have maintained. I mean, I get it. There are lots of underground people who said like anything that came out of Stormblast is pure commercial shit. But I think that's the typical underground exaggeration. Like, okay, world is not black and white. It's not like the best thing ever or the shit. There are lots of ways to say like, okay, I didn't like this album particularly, but I mean, it's fine. It's their way and all that stuff. But when you say, and I don't want to, I mean, don't get me wrong. I do like a lot of things what Behemoth have been doing. Say, shredding those Bible pages live and fighting Catholic Church and all that stuff. But dog food, black metal dog food, really? Like there are certain things which just sound so fucking fake. So I'm like,
you know what really got my back up when it came to Behemoth, and I've been a big Behemoth fan for many years. I met Nurgle like way back when he still had hair. Always thought very highly of him, but when he came out with that business of people shouldn't start black metal bands, that really pissed me off, because I thought to myself, like, the dude that I met was so hungry and so driven and motivated. Why are you now sitting there telling other people that they shouldn't start bands, being without any irony whatsoever? And then at the same time, for the last 3-4 records, your music has been fucking garbage. You've put out stuff that is a shadow of what you used to do. Yeah. And you don't really seem to be concerned with the health of the scene whatsoever. So it's just he just fails to be on every level in that respect.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've been thinking. Like, I mean, Satan is a good album, but anything after that has been like a more like a cover band of Behemoth. And I felt so much irony in the sense, like when for example, Nurgle was explaining in some interview that the choices they made, for example, the production of the album, we went for really organic stuff and all that stuff. And I'm like, yep, sounds like businessman talk to me, but keep going. And then they were explaining like how they reset certain settings after recording something and something and something. And I was like, yeah, but that album doesn't really have a good sound in it. I mean, it sounds like, the Emperor's New Clothes, the fable for the kid story. Like, you're changing so much and you end up sounding like rubbish. Don't get me wrong. It's not like a demo level thing, like real crap, like, hey, this could be a good band if they only had good production. But it's almost like, okay, I get it. You are tired of using these super producers like Borgrens or whatever, and you're like, you want something else. You want something totally different. So doesn't sound like you have drum machine instead of a fucking skilled, incredible drummer like they have. And okay, you want to have certain guitar tone or guitar sound that it doesn't sound really like you go into a big studio. So you do something like the opposite of that. And there is all these like, but this is not what you're supposed to sound like. I mean, like you said about the like don't start a band kind of a thing. It's like the circle is complete. You started from very, very little, but at least you made it into something. Then it gets started growing big, and after many, many years of success, becoming maybe the biggest black metal band of these years, especially if we're taking social media numbers into the game, you have become one of those bands that are not actually that interesting and more like maybe someday this band will grow into something. And I'm like, how on earth this fucking happened? It's the very same thing with the latest Behemoth album as with the latest Satyricon album. These bands started so, like you said, sounding hungry and so driven and so much like these guys have all the potential, and they made really good albums. And then it's kind of like decline. Now, one of the things what I do when I do Rauta's worst to best videos or those retrospective videos, I sometimes describe certain bands with a letter. I mean, talking about simple letters, like, some bands have carriers like V. They start good, they go down, and they somehow, crawl back. Some bands are more like J. They do something good, they go deep, and then they magically become even better. For bands like Behemoth and Satyricon, I feel like there's no letter, but it's like, well, that's not technically speaking true, because I feel like actually bands like Satyricon, for instance, is actually inverted J. So they start relatively good, they go even better, the albums like Nemesis Divina, and then they start like,
The thing with Satyricon that broke my heart was I was on board with any experimentation that they wanted to do. I didn't even mind the self-titled album. I didn't think it was incredible, but I thought it had a couple of decent songs on. But to me, that last one was it was unacceptable. That's like it to me was as unacceptable as Prometheus was coming out of Emperor. I remember being so disappointed when I heard that record. I had received a sample of it back in South Africa, and getting a sampler sent to you in South Africa was a very big deal. So getting like Emperor before it came out, like I was the coolest kid, amongst my peer group. I remember listening to the album, and 3 songs in, I actually had to take the CD out and double check, like, is this actually an Emperor album? Because it sounds fucking atrocious. I've been, blitzing my ears within the Nightside Eclipse, Anthems of the Welcome to Dusk, and I actually like 9 Equilibrium as well. This is unlistenable trash. So,
I hear you, because I remember I was then again very, very disappointed with IXE as well. That was already something that I was like, okay, this is not my band anymore. This is something totally too different, too ambitious, but the production and the skill, they're not there, in my opinion, anyway.
Yeah, I see. Maybe it's the age I was when I got that album. I was about, would have been about 18, 19. It was a good time to be into that style of music, and I still wasn't getting as much music, because in South Africa it was harder to get hold of stuff. Like, I remember hearing Rebel Extravaganza around about the same time and fucking being blown away by it. It's an album I still love.
Yeah, that's a good album, but indeed, and I mean, that's a very good example, like how you can kind of changed the style drastically.
Yeah,
and still do very, very good album.
Still maintain your frame.
Yeah. Do you mind if I get another beer? Like, give me a
go for it. Yeah, go for it.
And welcome back from the commercial break.
What's that?
I was just joking that welcome back from the commercial break.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use this as a good good thing to.
I've got my Metallica Stadium cup.
So here we are, two guys talking about underground metal and slandering them, and then having drinks from mainstream ones. But this is something that a lot of people don't know. This is actually nowadays, not back in the days, my favorite band. Dude,
I was on that tour. Well, I was at that tour.
Now we're gonna twist this one out.
Oh, awesome. And that was the best show I've ever seen in my entire life, bar none. There's nothing that comes close.
Cheers to that. A lot of people don't understand it until they really go to see Rammstein. I mean, I've seen them now 3 times.
Yeah.
And always, they're like a fucking different level. I mean, yes, it costs a lot. And of course, all the merchandise and everything is like costs a lot. But they indeed they are on a fucking different
worth every
level.
Fucking penny.
Yeah,
I saw them in 2002. I saw them at the London Docklands Arena. So that they were touring on Sehnsucht. Then I saw them in 2000, I think it was 2004, 2005. They played the Brixton Academy. They actually have that live show of that Brixton Academy performance. That was when they were touring on Mutter. And then I saw them again in 2019 for that European tour. And every single time I've seen them, it's been the best show I've ever seen. I mean, it just gets higher grades of brilliant every single time you watch them. But yeah, as you say, man, it's anyone who poo-poos the idea of watching them has just not been there to experience it firsthand.
That's very well said. I mean, it's like trying to explain sex to someone who is virgin.
Yeah, 100%. So it's trying to explain sex to someone whose only form of physical intimacy is jerking off.
Exactly. And for me, it was 2005 show. They played at a local festival here, which used to be more like a real rock festival. I think it's the oldest rock festival in Finland, called the Ruisrock. Back in the 70s and 80s and even 90s, they played like a lot of metal bands, rock bands, and all that stuff. I mean, the kind of the Metallica level thing.
Yeah.
But come 2000s and especially 2010 and onwards and whatever, I don't remember which years started pivoting away. But back in the days, that was a Rammstein show in 2005. I had this press ticket, whatever. So I was there like, I'm just gonna like wander around, and I don't know. There's not much really for me to see, but since I already was in as a press dude, I was like, okay, let's give this band a shot. I had already known it for a few years, and I was like, it's not my kind of a thing. I didn't really like the first 2 albums. I still don't. I mean, they're okay, but they're not my Rammstein. But 2005, so Mudra is out and all that stuff. And was it already Reise? Around that?
Yeah, I think it was Reise.
Yeah.
And I take that back. I'm just thinking now about that Brixton Academy show. They opened with a song Reise. So it was Reise that they would.
Yeah. Okay. So it's probably the same tour then. So I was there, and the amount how the earth was shaking, like literally, and the lights and the fire, and suddenly like, what the fuck is this? And suddenly I kind of understood totally the hype. It's almost like the first time ever you smoke some weed and you're like, oh, yeah, now I get it. Now I get why some people do this. It was that kind of like a thing, like a first timer, like you suddenly understand totally not something ordinary. And I watched the whole fucking show, and it was just great. And that's what basically that one show made me from 0 level interest in the band to a fan of the band. And it was curious because I had been writing for Imperiumi.net for a few years already. That's when I said I've been writing thousands of reviews since 2002 and even before that. But that year, after that gig, when I told the editor in chief, like, hey, I now I finally fucking like Rammstein, and now I have to check it. And mind you, this was, of course, years before things like Spotify were a thing. So you just couldn't stream music, things like that. So he actually ordered me the CDs of Rammstein, which were out by that time. So the first 4 albums.
We've been the first 4.
And he sent them to me and like, hey, I hope you enjoy. And I remember listening from the first to the last, from the last to the first. So I gave them a lot of listens because back in the days, while I had review albums, but not in the same way as nowadays. So I had actually free time to listen. So I was listening from back to back. And I was like, man, now I'm like actually getting why this band is so much liking, but it's really the live thing that kind of blew me away. So I do love them on albums as well, but yeah,
it's a live experience. That's the gateway, though. Without
that's a fucking game changer. So seeing
like songs that'll sound quite ordinary, like Was ich liebe. I remember they opened with that. They would have opened with that when you saw them in 2019 as well, because I saw them in 2019. So they opened with that, and it was a song that was quite nondescript to me on album. As soon as you see it live, I can go back to that now on record over and over and over again. I will never get tired of that song.
There are definitely moments like that. For example, I remember the song Dunkelheit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not definitely one of my favorites on the album, but with the live performance, it gets super fucking creepy and kind of like a horror movie, like with all the stage setup and all that stuff. So it kind of gets you in the subconscious levels, like, fuck, this is like from a horror movie thing what they're having on the stage. And at the same time, after a couple of songs, they can shoot you with the massive penis and give you a full, foam bath. With the pussy song. So it's a kind of a nice band that they can get so fucking one end to another in a split second, basically. Entertain you with the full goofiness of things like that, and then go for super dark things, and then come back with some, I don't know, very much like self-irony with certain things, what they have like the music video. So it's a really great band.
They've got some really creepy stuff as part of their stage show. I'm just thinking about it now. Popper, for example, when they bring the baby out in the pram, and then the camera goes into the pram, and it like blows. It looks like it's blowing flies out of the camera. Like shit like that is just fucking. That's wild.
Yeah. And then you start thinking why smaller bands don't do it. It's like probably cost them a crazy amount of money to.
Well, they have. It takes 5 days for them to set up, or at least for the 2019 stadium show. Yeah. It takes 5 days to set that whole thing up. They do like a time lapse video, I think, on the Rammstein YouTube channel, and they show it, and they show from building to finish. It's fucking insane. It's like you're talking like something like 40 or 50 trucks that bring everything over. Yeah, it's a massive operation.
Yeah, it's totally like out of this world kind of a thing. So whenever you feel like you're not giving everything on stage and things like that, and then like, okay, fuck it.
No. Well, the wildest thing about that band is when they were in Eastern Germany and they were getting started, they used to all pile in together into Till's fucking City Golf. And they would have a few little firecrackers and stuff in there with them as well that they would set off in the venue. To go from those beginnings to what they ended up turning into, it's mind blowing to me. I love it.
Yeah, it's kind of like these, almost like a German version of the American dream come true.
Yeah,
you start from very, very little to become one of the most massive names in the world of metal and rock and roll.
So last thing I want to talk to you about, and then I'll let you go. I do feel like we could probably end up having episodes that will be 6 to 7 hours long if we had.
Quite possibly.
Yeah, you have, as I have, spoken to a couple of reasonably notorious figures. I recently had one guy on, and I had as background for the episode. I made sure I watched your interviews. I'm talking about Spellgoth, of course.
Yep.
Do you ever get any blowback about that? Has anyone ever given you any shit about it? Because the Spellgoth episode that I did, that was one in particular where I thought to myself, you're in the UK and, potentially in the US, there's going to be a bunch of people fucking whining about this. And then I started thinking to myself, does Jerry get the same amount of lip, for having Dagon and Spellgoth and Nas on his show?
Well, to be honest, that is something that we find quite amusing in Finland because I don't know. This could be. I could come to this particular topic from so many different angles. So I'm using the Finnish one because Finland is quite a liberal country, also quite secular country, and because of part of the history, referring to say World War II.
Yeah,
we've seen both sides of the World War II, like being with the Nazis and being against the Nazis and all that stuff. And when people start lecturing about like, you do this and that band and this and that band needs to be canceled. And we're like, fuck you. Just look at the history and think how we got this far and how we are rated now one of the happiest nations in the world. Actually, 8 years in a row, the happiest nation in the world. And I would like joke about it and say, there's two reasons why we're just the happiest nation on earth. First of all, we have lots of metal bands. That's the joke part because we also have a lot of horrible metal bands.
Yeah.
But the unfunny part is we don't really give that much of a fuck. My point here is we've seen, not literally me, but like our grandfather, we have a generation of traumatized people because they fought with the Nazis or they fought against the Soviets or Nazis, whatever. We've seen this way before cancel culture and everything became or made things black and white.
Yeah.
Which is the nowadays world. You're like, you're supposed to be one of the good guys or you're one of the bad guys. I mean, I hate this saying when you say, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. And I'm like, what if I'm just a nihilist and I don't give a fuck about neither? Not your solution, not your problem. I go other way and I like give you a middle finger. And while you're still wallowing in your problems, I'm drinking beer and talking to nice people out there. My point here is world is not black and white. And when people are using bands like Horna or Spellgoth or whatever as example how toxic black metal scene is, like, I'm like, you know nothing, Jon Snow, because there are actually bands that are really, really fucking dangerous. Not just only in their worldviews, but how the people are. So when we're talking about bands like, say, Horna, which is a good Finnish black metal band, but let's be honest about it, they have nothing to do with any of those extreme politics, which people like to box them in with. And I'm like, if your world is so black and fucking white that you only see problems and solutions, you are the problem, not the bands that you're kind of going for. Because, I mean, Horna has been, a lot of people have been trying to put Horna in one of those, boxes like they are a Nazi band or they are this and they are that because they have played with this band or they have vouched for this and that band. I'm like, yeah, but world isn't like that. Because, I mean, there are bands, for say, who are really openly NSBM. They are not apologizing for their shit. They are openly using logos like swastikas or Black Sun logos, the Svarce Sonne, whatever. And they're just like openly like racist or full of bigotry and all that shit. And then you use bands that have none of that stuff and try to box it in. It makes no fucking sense because, it's almost like you could just call your neighbor Joe. Hey, he must be a pedophile. And then you're like, why? Because he's so nice to the kids. And like, what the fuck? Aren't you supposed to be the nice guy? My point here is black metal is toxic by very definition. But then again, it doesn't mean that all these so-called toxic or dangerous bands are dangerous or toxic because of political views. Actually, they might be the nicest guys you ever meet if you actually talk to them or if you heard what they actually say about, what they sing about. I mean, Horna is a very, very basic middle road band. By middle road, I mean, sure, they have lyrics that are against Christianity or religions in the first place. They have lyrics about satanic topics, occultism, and all that stuff. So, the kind of a basic stuff. But if you were like trying to put your finger like where they actually do political things or are related to bands that you would say are, say, for example, NSBM, good luck finding them. So it's easy to throw out those accusations out of your window. But when you need to back up, these guys have no fucking evidence. So that's what annoys me. A lot of people are just throwing these accusations like they were like, I don't know, free candy. And I'm like, yeah. But how do you back your words? And then they're like, yeah, look who they played with. Look where they played at. And like, so, like, for example, this is something that I usually don't do much of, like calling out shitty people. But there were a few people who like, for example, Metal Archive site, which is a Canadian site, and every fucking metal journalist probably uses that as much as like a metal Wikipedia because it just has the best database information. Not maybe always up to date, but fucking close enough. I mean, it's anyway the best candidate ever in that line of database thing. So I was having this conversation online with some of the Canadian Metal Archives high-ranking people, and they were like, every black metal band from Finland, by definition, is a Nazi band. I'm like, are you fucking serious? Don't you realize how fucking Americanized comment that sounds like? That's almost like the very same thing, which is, I think, my favorite paradox related to nowadays black metal. I mean, nowadays, as in 2022 and onwards, is when people who are like anti-Ukrainian black metal, calling everybody right there in the Nazi. I'm talking about bands like Zhurch, Hate Forest, and the same scene, blah, blah, blah. Now, when Russia invaded Ukraine, and everybody knows like the Russians can be really assholes and the whole Putin thing. And I'm saying, mind you, this as a non-political person, I don't give a fuck about the right and all that stuff. But some people always think that you cannot criticize things without being politically involved. I'm not. But anyway, obviously, invaders are by very definition assholes. Whatever their cause is, might be good, might be bad, but invading someone or some other country is always considered nasty, fucking shit asshole thing to do. So when Russians invaded Ukraine, and okay, pretty much everybody in the world except for the Putin supporters probably figured out, okay, they are the asshats. And when the Ukrainian bands, but people, army, whatever, fought, Russians, including some of the black metal bands who had volunteers like the Azov Battalion, which is labeled often as one of the NSBM people. And suddenly these people who think they're on the good side of things, they had this paradox. So if I'm going to condemn these Ukrainian BM people, I'm taking actually the side of Russians. Now, if I side with Russians, go against Russians, you're effectively siding with the guys who you just condemned for being NSBM bands. So there was this joke like certain Antifa people, they're confused. Should they go with the Ukrainian people and as such be apologetic about the NSBM scene people? Or should they go with the Russians and as such be very much full fascism? So I'm like, this is a fucking good example of how world isn't black and white. You can actually be against both parties and not be, siding with anybody. But world, which is very Americanized, how everything is left or right or left. And there is nothing but black and white. Of course you get confused because you're like, we're supposed to be the good guys. So who should we be packing up, And like, you don't really have to pick sides. There is no this, if you're in a part of the solution, you're part of the problem. You can actually be just random bystander, really. And then it gets more versatile. I find it also very ironic that the same people who are, doing this black and white thing going on, like there's only left box and there's a right box. When you talk about, say, genders, like they're like, there is no just hetero there's no just one man and woman. There are plenty, all the rainbow things, all the pride things going on. So how come that is not, by system?
That's not binary, yeah. But
yeah, that's a binary
everything
thing.
else
But
is.
suddenly, politically, you're binary. Like,
Yeah.
how in a fucking world, how does that compute? And when you actually start, questioning them, mind you, more in a philosophical sense rather than political sense, they get fucking like, they go in a short circuit kind of thing, and they probably block you out of conversation because they don't have the answers. I've seen very, very few people in the world of the extreme right or extreme left who are able to, go through these things in a sense.
I'm about to say who actually have defined principles.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can follow your heart, you can follow your intuition, you can follow your ideology or your religion, whatever, but at least give yourself your time to question whatever you're doing. So if you want to have a binary world, fine. I think it's bullshit. You can't really go cherry picking like, hey, this part of the world is binary and this part is not, because world doesn't fucking work like that. So I find it very, very fucking annoying when these people are trying to box bands in a box they most fucking certainly don't belong to. So talking about Spellgott and Horna, I mean, why does it Horna? It's Horna. My point here is you can go way, way, way deeper, way in the world, way more toxic bands. And if you cannot get away with that, I don't know, then you probably lost to the world anyway, because I mean, then the cancel culture won, actually, if you start caving in the world of pressure like that. So when people have been asking me, like, could I interview this and that band because they're this and that? And I'm like, yeah, if I could interview every fucking band in the world, I would fucking do it. Then also people sometimes ask me, why you interview bands that are more right-wing leaning? And I'm like, let's be honest about it. In a world of black metal, there are more right-wing leaning bands. How on earth there are so very few extreme left-leaning bands that are even playing music? You know what I'm talking about? I mean, most of the black metal bands, they don't have a political views. I mean, whether we're talking about the big bands, the Behemoths and the Cradlefields and the Satyricons or Dimmu Borgirs or whatever, or the typical underground bands, most of them don't have a political agenda to begin with.
Yeah.
So it's not like you have to choose between the left and right-wing bands. You probably can get like 98 or 99% of the bands which are no political at all. But when you're talking about those bands that are active in the field of politics and playing black metal, suddenly it's like, to me, it feels like it's 90% of the bands who are playing political black metal are coming from the right-wing thing, which I can understand from 2 points. This is something like understanding history. You probably already, of course, are very well versed with this and know this, but a lot of younger people might not remember that when a certain bands that started flirting with, Nazism or, National Socialism to begin with, or fascism for that matter, from the 90s to early 2000s, they were looking for shock value. Yeah. They were necessarily political band at all. They just wanted to do the most extreme thing. And when church arsons or murders, like what happened in Norway, just simply were not enough, you would go to the next level. You would start talking about Holocaust. You would start talking about, chosen race, master race, lesser race, whatever things that would, make people more upset. And mind you, a lot of these bands were guys in their early 20s. They were probably drinking beer and laughing when people were getting hysterical about it. Like, oh shit, this band put swastika on the cover, or they quoted Hitler or fucking Mussolini. When you would talk to these guys, so are you a Mussolini fan? Who is that? My point here is these bands had nothing but shock value. Basically the very, very same thing that happened with bands like Wasp, Twisted Sister, Mötley Crüe, what have you, back in the early 80s. It's just history repeating itself. Bands going for shock value. How are you going to shock parents? Use the words like fuck, show some boobies or whatever. Remember when I think it was this David Lee Roth or was it Van Halen album? I think it was David Lee F-U-C-K. You remember that album? It made even to some level of mainstream news even in Finland because the name was such badass name, F-U-C-K. Fuck. And it was, I remember, for some reason, because it made me smile. It was for unlawful carnal knowledge was the official wording for the fucking name of the album. Like, that was it. Excuse to use such obscene name for an album. Imagine now a world where fuck, an album name with fuck would cause any kind of a wave. Nobody could give a damn about a little bit swear word here and there now. So you need to, top up the game with having something more brutal. Then there were, of course, bands like, what the fuck it was called? I think it was this Swedish band that were borderline pedophilia kind of topics with the imagery. Mind you, no kids nude and all that stuff. But kind of a flirting with the very idea. And why? Once again, for shock value. And of course, later on, there were bands that were openly saying that we use heroin and all that stuff. So my point here is there's always shock value. And you know how shock value made its goal, how it's kind of reached its target. Because there are people who are now in shock, who are like, we're going to cancel that shit. We're going to cancel the band because they are doing this and that. And these guys are probably, yeah, go ahead. We don't give a fuck because we're not going to go anywhere. A lot of people don't even want to tour. And even if they're canceled from streaming platforms, say Spotify, or even if their albums are, banned from sales or Discogs or whatever, do they really give a fuck? Actually, do certain underground bands probably get the best benefit if they're blocked from and sales on Discogs? Why? Because that just makes those albums even more wanted. Meaning, if there is a new press, like a repress or reissue version of a given album, which you cannot even buy on Discogs, who's going to win in that?
Sells out straight away.
Yeah. So my point here is these people who are all about let's cancel this and let's cancel that, they don't even understand the scope of this full fucking game. They're just mere fucking pawns. So, finally answering your questions, yeah, sometimes people go at me like, how can you interview this and that band? How you can interview this and dude? And I'm like, everybody has the possibility to voice their opinions, especially if they're targeted by someone who just throws those accusations and don't even back them up. I think it's more than a fair game to let these artists speak for themselves, because my honest belief is if you are, say, a far-right person, you are not going to deny your extreme views. You're more likely going to believe in that and voice them out, much like religious extreme people. If you go to people like, ISIS, it's not like that, we are not actually terrorists. We're just bunch of happy people. They take pride that they are fucking religious extreme organization or whatever. The same thing goes people in Antifa. They take pride if they have Occupy Wall Street. They take pride that, yeah, we made it happen. It's more like, not like, oh, I didn't, it was just a joke, a prank, These people who are into extreme things, they go full on, So I'm like, if you want to target a band, and that is like Alcoholism was a good example because there was a lot of things going on. This is a Nazi band, or this has shady, sketchy things going on. And when you talk to the guy, you don't find no obvious traces of any of those things. So I kind of want to also help clean the air. Not like I'm defending the band. I mean, I'm just observer, to be honest. I don't give a damn if a band is extreme left or extreme right. I mean, it's their business. My business is to decide whether or not I actually like that stuff. For example, I don't have any favorite NSBM bands. And it's not even the politics, but yeah, to be honest, that kind of politics turned me off. I'm not fan of that shit. But I'm not also going to say that you cannot do that shit because this is black metal. Much like in punk, no fucking rules exist. If you're going to sing about Hitler, it's your business, not mine. Of the same goes for the extreme left people. If you want to sing about this and that, like go full vegan and fucking don't do this, don't do that.
Everyone to the right of Stalin or to the left of Stalin is a Nazi.
Yeah, but I mean, like, that's where the goalposts are moving.
Yeah,
and to be honest, I would gladly talk to more openly left-wing bands. But to be honest, I don't even know a single. Oh no, sorry, I know one band in Finland that is openly left-wing black metal, and they are basically virtually fucking unknown band. So there is also this kind of a imbalance. Just because NSBM bands also get more attention, that makes certain people think that there are thousands and thousands of those bands, where literally we are talking about dozens at max.
Yeah.
So if you ever feel like you're like, should I talk to this and that band? You probably should, because that's the only way to let people have the possibility to talk for themselves and also expose the real culprits, because like I said, they're not going to hold back if they openly support certain views. And I am a firm believer in open discussion. So let people talk. I've find out.
Open discussion, and I've always been a very curious person. And Spellgoth turned out to be an extraordinarily nice guy. As have you, sir. I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much for your time. We've already passed the 2-hour mark, but like I said, we're definitely going to have to do more of these because we've got a shitload we need to talk about.
Yeah, so, we should totally collab with more with Into the Necrosphere and Rauta in general as well.
Yeah, no, hell yes. We'll talk about that offline, but you must have an awesome time at Beyond the Gates, and I will catch you when you're back.
Yeah, that will be an interesting 5 days. So 4 days full blown to the festival, and I'm still hoping to catch up some more bands which are sometimes really, really hard to get for talk. I mean, I get it. People want to get, relax apart from the actual show, and some people might have really, really tight schedule, but it is what it is. And on the 5th date, we're gonna just dedicate to tourism, because they get someone who lives in the Nordic country. Bergen is the most beautiful city I've seen in the Nordic countries. It can be rainy as fuck, I've been told. I don't know, last year there was no rain at all, so also take it from someone who has been there only once. But yeah, it's a beautiful city. It's more expensive than Inferno in Oslo, but that might be due to the Easter and whatnot, and not the high season. But definitely something people should consider. And by the way, nobody is paying me shit for saying these things. I just go there as a metal fan. So the only problem I have with the Norwegian festival is how Norway focused they are. And you really can't say that, for example, about Steelfest. It's not very Finnish focused. So you will see the difference right there. But in general, I would say people travel to different countries to see the show if you can. Sometimes it might take a little bit saving, but then again, you only live fucking once. So go experience life when you have the chance. When you have kids and the family and too much work to be done and all that shit, and you cannot do it, it's too late to start regretting you didn't do it when you had the time. So people, do yourself a favor. Go to festivals, travel, see the bands, enjoy life, stay metal.
Awesome. Well, dude, I will see you. I'll definitely be seeing you next year at Inferno. And
if you're coming there, I don't know yet, but let's see.
Yeah. Well, if you're there, I'll see you there. I've already booked my hotel. And then, hopefully we'll be making it. We'll be swinging past Beyond the Gates as well. We'll see about. I've never been to Finland before, so
Yeah,
I
yeah,
need
you should
to,
definitely come to Steelfest. Just in order to not only for the bands, of course. I think there's always two things when you go to a festival. One thing is, of course, the bands. I mean, without the bands, there wouldn't be anything to any reason to go to. But the second thing is always like we started the interview today. It's always also about the atmosphere. Like you being to Inferno, you know how it is. And it's different from Beyond the Gates, and it's different from Steelfest. These are all unique, and yet at the same time, these are definitely coming from the same clan, like I mentioned. So you are among your own kind wherever you go with these festivals, and it's like almost literally impossible to fail. One having good time there, because Steelfest, I had to mention this because it's really my favorite festival these days. Is like, while it's different from Beyond the Gates and Inferno in the sense it's open air anyway, but it's very confined area because it's these old brick wall buildings which kind of create this inner yard basically, where it is this open, the main stage, and then there's this indoor stage. So when people are within these walls, it's an actually old wool factory, which gives the name to the whole place. So it's like when you are within these walls, which is the whole festival area, you will see all the time people who are like you, probably lots of friends, new and old anyway, and people from various parts of the world. And when you start talking to them, you realize, like, no matter if you come from, say North America, or you come from, say South America, you come from Japan or whatever, or you come from Italy, Germany, whatever, everybody is still having the same fucking experience. And that's kind of I wouldn't call it mind-blowing, but it's really fantastic when you realize that's actually happening. The people from various parts of the world, doesn't matter if they're coming from Finland or they're coming from Norway or UK, whatever, they're still here for the same reason. And it's the music, it's the atmosphere, and just kind of a psychological take to kind of belonging where you're always supposed to be. And that's when you leave such a festival. This applies to Beyond the Gates and Wacken or Inferno, whatever. The same way, that's when you get this, which you jokingly say, post-festival depression. Because when you go back home and you're like, suddenly the party's over, there are no more bands that playing alive. The friends you met at the given festival are now back to their homes and all that stuff. So suddenly there is this big distance once again. And then when you come back the next year, you're going to meet the same faces. You're going to have good talks, good drinks, good shows. And, that's, in my opinion, where the life really peaks. You get to have your own quality time with people who are really coming from the same clan, no matter how far they live, how much younger than older they are, or whatever. I mean, there are, of course, differences, but like, I always feel like it's really, really great when you're places like Steelfest or Beyond the Gates, Inferno for that matter.
Yeah.
Because you're really among the brothers from another mother, like the saying goes. You're really with different people, and especially because you do podcasts and your face is right there, people will recognize you. And even though sometimes as an influencer, it feels a little bit weird that you're just staring at a band and somebody comes to pull you by the sleeve and, hey, can I talk to you? Can I take a photo? Can I shake your hand? It feels a little bit weird because you're no fucking celebrity. Or, I mean, I assume you don't really feel.
I immediately say that'll be $50, thanks.
But I mean, I feel like, I mean, this is very, very Finnish thing to do, but I mean, I'm just one of the fucking same metal fans.
I'm exactly the same. I'm blown away.
I mean, at the same time, I know no denying when somebody comes like, hey, nice to meet you, and hey, have a good festival, and you shake hands, you're like, hey, this is actually kind of a warming, because you know that without you doing the content, and the same applies to people playing in the bands as well. That's kind of like when you really realize these people really are warm-hearted. No matter how extreme metal we play, how weird lyrics or brutal lyrics we might have in our music, how hateful the music can be, how cold-hearted it can feel. When you meet people like Spellgod, for instance, like these are the brothers from another mother. These are the guys I could spend the rest of my lives and still, live a fucking happy life. And that's part of the, part of the good thing here. Like I'm not getting emotional here. Don't worry about it. But
no, but I completely agree with you.
But I mean, it's just something that gives the icing on a cake. Like I know when I go to Inferno, no matter how much I just watch the bands and go with my own cameraman on all that stuff, there is always someone who eventually comes like, "Hey, nice to see you," and then you have these good talks, and that's how some friendships are born. Also, what I really like doing these interviews, like you are doing interviews, you probably feel the same, is like when you really click, when you find the chemistry with the people you meet, and eventually they become your friends. You realize it's not just like some media guy talking to some band guy, and that's the rest of it. But you actually realize like, hey, something to talk off the camera. You have drinks, you have talks and all that stuff. And I already have some of those planned for Beyond the Gates as well. I'm really stoked about it. Not because they play in a band, but because they are likable people. They are people I feel like I'm connected to, even though I'm coming from a different background, different country, and sometimes different era. But sometimes you also really know, like, this is the kind of people I really, really fucking like. Not because we play in the same scene, or not because he plays in a band, I play in a fucking band, but because you are coming from the same fucking clan, same fucking mindset. You probably read the same books, same movies, whatever, as kids. And now some fucking years later, you just kind of end up talking to one another. And that's the beauty of it, in my opinion.
I totally agree. Dude, thank you so much. We will definitely do this again soon.
Thank you for this opportunity.
My pleasure, brother.
That was Nightside with a track called The Crumbling Tower. The album is Death from the North, and it's available on Purity Through Fire. I will post the link to their Bandcamp in the description to the podcast if you want to head over there and buy yourself some music. It features, of course, in the vocal booth, this week's guest, Jerry Kurunen. If you haven't checked out Nightside or his YouTube channel or Annihilatus, his other band, I will play them a little later on in the show. Yeah, all worthy endeavors, worthy investments of your time. And I certainly hope that you all enjoyed this particular conversation, because it's not the last time that Jerry will be featured on Into the Necrosphere. Right now, my friends, if you think that people who post mean tweets and offensive memes should be thrown in prison, then it's time to hit the bricks, because this is my weekly news rant.
A roundabout for judgment. And hang them where the world can see.
Okay, I'm back with the sinister minister, Karl Haikara. How long has it been since you've done one of these?
Well, let's see. I've done 2 of them, I think, before this, because we did the one with the Suitor episode, and then I think there was one other after that, but I don't remember.
No, that Suitor episode, partly why it happened was because I thought the episode was so bad. I needed to make up for it in the news rant. So I was like, okay, who can I get on that I know that I'm guaranteed is going to give me a good, good news rant, a good episode. But yeah, very weirdly, people still talk about that episode till today. They really liked it.
Yeah, sometimes you never know. Yeah.
How's things going with you? I saw as we're recording this today, you've got our mutual friend Scott Taysom on Sol Knox.
Yeah, I just put out that episode. I was working on it before we got on here and got it out. So we did another episode. It's been about a year since he was on last, and we just been meaning to have him on for a while, and so I got him on and. Just shot the shit for a little bit. We were able to talk about some of the tours that got coming up, and kind of got into different stuff. Like, we did talk a little bit about some of his ideas for the next Cloak album, and then we also talked about horror movies and stuff. So it's a pretty good conversation.
Speaking of horror movies, I know we exchanged messages on the HORSEMEN Messenger group on Facebook. We seem to have some fairly sharp differences of opinion on Longlegs, although I know I'm in the minority on that one. Did you manage to watch Maxine?
I haven't watched Maxine yet, no.
Oh, dude, well worth seeing. I think I know you weren't as big of a fan of X and Pearl as I am. I mean, both of those I think are some of the best horror movies I've seen in a while. But I think Maxine, the whole Satanic Panic 80s vibe, I think you'll really dig it.
Yeah, that's the thing with that one that really attracts me, and is the whole aspect of it being set in the 80s with like the Night Stalker and all that kind of stuff. Like, that's definitely more my vibe than the first 2 were. So yeah, definitely going to give that a watch, and I need to get caught up in some other ones. I've heard did you watch the movie Exuma?
No,
it's a Korean movie. It's on Shudder. I think. I haven't watched it yet, but one of my friends, she said it's her favorite horror movie of the year so far.
Oh, wow. Okay. No, that's as soon as I hear Korean, I'm almost always excited. So Exuma, you say?
Yeah, it's EXHUMA. So okay, you should probably check that out because it sounds pretty cool. I haven't watched it yet, but both she said it was great, and then Na Salkameth, a friend, he watched it. He said it was great. So. Definitely comes highly.
South Korean supernatural horror film written and directed by Yang Jae-yoon. Blah, blah. I'm not going to read the cast. The film includes mystery and occult elements and follows the process of excavating an ominous grave, which unleashes dreadful consequences buried underneath. That sentence alone, I'm already sold.
Yeah. I've been meaning to watch it now for a little bit. It's on Shudder in the U.S., but I don't know if it is in Britain as well, but I definitely pretty. That's probably gonna be the next movie I try to watch, because I've been meaning to watch it for the past couple of months. So
yeah, No, well, I've got ways to procure movies if I need to. Yeah. So, and then I tried watching on Friday night. I tried watching In a Violent Nature, because it had gotten a little bit of hype when it came out. I could only manage 5 minutes of it. I thought this is the most boring shit that I've ever seen. Switched it off and I rewatched American Psycho.
Yeah, I didn't have any interest in seeing that one. Did you see First Omen? Because I like that one quite a bit.
Yeah, I saw First Omen and I enjoyed that. My favorite movie of the year so far has been Civil War. I think, by a small stretch, I think that's the best movie that's come out this year, in my opinion, followed by Maxine. But I liked First Omen. I thought it was good. I thought they did a really, it was a really good mashup of The Omen, the original Omen, and Rosemary's Baby. It kind of had Rosemary's Baby elements to it as well.
Yeah, to me it felt like a nod to the original Omen, to Rosemary's Baby, and then also to the kind of nunsploitation movies, like Euro movies from like the 70s, which I really enjoy. A lot of like movies like Alucarda and stuff like. And I really like all those kind of movies, so I felt like it was a really great like nod to a lot of great movies. There's even a scene that is a nod to Possession. I definitely makes me a lot more interested in that director. I think she did an amazing job. I mean, she basically took a movie that I think could have been I think everyone thought it was probably just going to be some horrible cash-in movie, and she actually made it like a pretty artistic, awesome movie. You know what I mean? So I feel like if you can take that and make something that good, like I definitely feel like she's got a bright future ahead of her if she gets some good properties. You know,
I think she handled the source material in a really respectful way, but she turned it into her own thing. It's like a great cover song. She didn't just try and regurgitate what was already there. She sort of presented her own interpretation of it, but I think handled it really, really well. Interestingly, if you compare that to another female director that did the new Candyman movie, or the most recent Candyman movie, that to me is so bad. I would have wanted to invoke. I actually went to the mirror and said Candyman 5 times, hoping that he would turn up and just end the fucking misery of seeing that bullshit.
Yeah, it's pretty horrible.
Oh my god, it's fucking terrible. All right, let's dive into some music. So the first headline is Zetra Suffer Eternally single premieres. I have no idea what Zetra sounds like.
Evan is a big fan of this band.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so check this out.
I'm concerned that their corpse paint looks a little bit like the Liquid Death Elf corpse paint kit that was released last. Did you see that?
No.
So last year it was like April time, because I remember seeing it. No, it wasn't even last year. It was this year. It was April time, because I remember seeing it when I was at Inferno. Liquid Death, the guys that do the overpriced water in a can, they worked with some makeup company called Elf to release like a special corpse paint kit, which was, one of the lamest things I've ever seen in my entire life.
Oh my god!
It looks to me like these people may potentially have got their makeup done by or using that kit. But it says here, with just over a month until the release of Zetra's self-titled debut on the 13th of September, the enigmatic duo have revealed a Harry Steele-directed video for the latest single, Suffer Eternally. Right, let's give it a quick listen.
So yeah, I was going to warn you. They're not black metal at all. Like they're they're definitely doing their own thing. I almost don't think it's really corpse paint. It's almost like more like kiss paint or something. But I like what they're doing for what it is. Actually, it's like it's like kind of heavier. It's more like shoegaze type of stuff. Like I think for what it is, it's pretty good from what I've heard. I heard some of the stuff after Evan recommended it, and because I know he's a huge fan of it. But yeah, I haven't really given too much of a listen to a lot of their stuff, but I think it's okay.
Both of you guys are fucking posers. How dare you like this dog shit? This is diabolical to me, mate. I mean, I would say I would sooner listen to Siamese Dream by Smashing Pumpkins. It's heavier than this. If I were in the mood for something like this, I'd listen to Siamese Dream. I actually don't mind Siamese Dream. This is not so good. I mean,
I think it would be better.
If you had told me that it wasn't black metal, maybe I could have mentally prepared myself.
Yeah, probably. Like,
I mean, even if I did know that, I still think I would have hated it. It doesn't. Nothing here works. If I want to hear music that sounds closer to something like this, the new Chelsea Wolf is what I will listen to. But this falls flat to me.
The thing I don't really like about this band is the vocals. I think that it'd be better if they had a different type of vocal. You know what I mean? Like I feel like
she sounds like I wouldn't say underproduced. She just doesn't. It's very like amateurish. I don't know how else to describe it. Like it sounds like a demo.
I think for me, I think that it just like. I think that if it had vocals that had a bit more presence and balls to them, I think that I would like it more. You know, that's my big thing about them. Even with Evan sending it to me, it was kind of like it doesn't quite do it for me. If you know what I mean, like it's kind of like it's not bad, but to me, but it's just not for what it is. You know, but it's not. I get like for me, I definitely I don't know prefer like something with a bit more guts to the voice. But you know, I get, but there's
spice.
Yeah, but I mean, they are doing like more. They're more shoegaze. They're not really metal. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
a lot of shoegaze stuff has those kind of vocals. So
yeah, not a fan. Moving on, God Dethroned debut the Judas Paradox single. Are you a fan of God Dethroned, Karl Haikara?
They're okay. I mean, they're one of those bands that I never really got into like in deep, but I've heard I thought was pretty good. I guess.
They've got a couple of records that I would definitely suggest you to listen to, especially if you like things like Necrophobic. I always kind of felt like they were the Dutch equivalent to Necrophobic. So the ones I would definitely say, you know, give yourself or give it a couple of songs. Passchendaele came out in 2009. Illuminati, which was their last album, that came out in 2020. That's also very good. Into the Lungs of Hell was pretty good also. That was 2003. And then Blood Blasphemy. Actually, their first three albums, The Christ Hunt, The Grand Grimoire, and Bloody Blasphemy. Those are all good. So yeah, they're a decent band. Again, maybe not a band that I would kind of default to when it comes to music I want to listen to, or music that gets me excited. You know, I think Necrophobic is an exception there just because of how good they are at songwriting, or how good Seb is at songwriting. You know, but that style of sort of blackened death metal has only kind of appealed to me in fits and starts. You know, it sort of feels like it's from the same school that spawned things like Dissection. You know, remember there was all those, you know, those Swedish blackened death metal bands that were coming out. You know, I can listen to it and enjoy it, but it doesn't kind of get the blood pumping.
Yeah, for me, I always I felt to this day that Necrophobic is the best out of all those kind of bands, like because, you know, they've released literally like only good albums for the whole career, and they write great songs, and they have a cool vibe, and they still have some severity to their sound, like they still have and thrashy parts, and because, like, you know, like, yeah, Dissection's okay, but I've never been, like, one of those people who's, like, all about Dissection. Like, you know, like, a lot of our mutual friends are, like, you know, worship Dissection, and I've never been that kind of person. I've always been, like, I guess I've always preferred, like, Necrophobic or Sacramentum and that kind of stuff in that kind of black metal, but I do think Necrophobic is like the best of that.
I totally agree. I really do like the Inophelion as well.
It's very good.
Seb's new band. I mean, I think that album actually came out officially this weekend. I've had it for a while, so that is fucking superb.
Yeah, it just came out on Friday, and it's really killer.
Yeah. But all right, let's listen to this. As I said, they have got a couple of records that are really worth hearing, and I think knowing your tastes, you may quite like them too. I had Henry Sattler from God Dethroned on the podcast way back, like episode 19. And I remember feeling it was a really big deal to have him on the show. He's a very nice guy. But anyway, let's listen.
I forgot that you had him on.
Yeah,
it's been a while since I heard that.
But to say, it was that was old school. I can't go back and hear any of the old episodes now, though. The interviews are fine, but like my presentation style has changed so much on the rest of the show. It feels weird to me hearing old episodes. But right,
sure.
Let's hear what the Judas Paradox sounds like. What do you think?
It's okay. It's not really said, like making me on fire or anything, but I think it sounds okay, I guess.
Yeah, I think it sounds decent. I think that Henry's vocals sound pretty cool. I'm almost more fascinated by the theme that they're exploring in the lyrics than anything else. The idea that Judas gets this bad rap, but it was Christ's decision to die. That I thought was quite interesting. I was I don't often like latch onto the lyrics of a song, but here I was. The song itself is decent. You know what I'm starting to notice with some of the bands from the old guard. This video and actually the song itself, they're really kind of going back to the aesthetic of the early to mid 90s. Like this feels like a video that could have been on Death Is Just the Beginning 3, and actually the song feels like it could have come straight out of 1993 as well.
Yeah,
and that's like sometimes that's a good thing. I wouldn't necessarily always say it's a good thing, especially not given where the scene, where the benchmark is set nowadays. It's fine to want to, a throwback idea or wanting to, go back to your roots is fine, but it kind of comes at a cost, right? When the new, if we think about, black metal, for example, in the same year that Ulcerate and Ecclese put out records, if you put this out, I'm not sure where its place is anywhere other than people that have been fans of God Dethroned for 2 decades plus.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like, and yeah, if the kind of idea of going back, I mean that can be good if you manage to infuse it with some fresh energy. Like there are bands that do that. They they do things old school or have this kind of vibe that kind of makes you think of that time, but then it still has this fresh energy to it.
Yeah.
But like I don't know. You are right. This does feel like something from that time, but I guess it kind of goes with my feeling about God Dethroned in general, is that they're kind of like a B grade band, if that makes sense. They're like a good band that's quality that you can listen to. You go, yeah, it's pretty good, but they're never been like for me, they're never gonna be like that like band that really gets me going, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. No, and I hear what you mean. I would still say check out those albums because they're pretty decent. But I'm lukewarm on this song. I think that's probably the kindest I can be. Black Braid releasing Black Braid 3 in summer 2025. You're a Black Braid detractor, are you not?
Yeah, I don't really like them very much.
I mean, we know why. It's because you're a racist. I'm only joking, of course. I saw them play live at Fortress, and the show wasn't bad. But what I would say is John made the biggest mistake that frontmen make, in my opinion, which is to turn around and talk to the drummer for lengthy periods in between songs. I can't tell you how much I hate it. Like, to me, that disqualifies you as being an elite tier band immediately, because the frontman is meant to engage with the audience. And I've said this many times on the shows, possibly because I grew up in the era of, I think the great frontmen, Phil Anselmo in his prime, James Hetfield in his prime. You would have never seen that happen at their shows. So I just feel, even now that I'm 44 years old and it's 2 decades plus on, I find it unacceptable on any other shows as well. It takes me out of the experience. And you can tell it takes the audience out of the experience as well. It just breaks the whole entire atmosphere.
Yeah, they're not bad. They're not a bad band. It's not really for me. Like, I don't really like their music that much, and I wouldn't be surprised if he starts getting a big head because of all the press and shit they get. You know what I mean? It'd be hard for a lot of people to blow up that fast to not get a little bit of ego. You know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I'm not saying that's what's going on. I'm just saying it wouldn't surprise me.
No, I actually think that is what's going on. You go from getting zero attention to getting tons of attention, and a ton of people that they seem to be one of those bands that people get really, really passionate about. You just get certain bands where it's like they have these fans that become like disciples, and he's got many of those. You just look at some of the comments online. So yeah, I mean, I can understand why, as a young man, that influence might, work its way into your mindset. You're surrounded by people at all times that tell you that your shit doesn't stink. I don't think that's a good thing at all. So it'll also be interesting to see what Black Braid 3 sounds like, because he I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he self-produces everything. And I've often said, in my opinion, self-production is it's if you want to be a high performing band or high caliber band, it's not something that you should engage in, because you do need, especially if you're a band that's reasonably popular, you need somebody in that room that tells you that riff is crap, this idea doesn't work, this needs to change. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and yeah, I mean, it's always a dangerous situation. I guess that's the thing with a band like them that went from nothing to like all of a sudden they got articles in New York Times and everyone's like slobbering over themselves about them. Like, you feel like Katie does a great job with her work. I
was just about to say she's that's thanks to Katie being excellent at her job.
But B, the problem with that sometimes is if it's like somebody who hasn't had to work for that really in a lot of ways, because I don't really feel like Black Braid had to work for it really, like in a real way. I mean, they tour a lot, but they've toured a lot since they already hit like New York Times and then they're touring. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like, it's kind of like the opposite way. So I do think that's a very unhealthy situation for anybody to be in. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, the exact opposite is our friend Scott Taysom, who, again, I've said many times, I think Cloak have the potential to become one of the biggest bands in black metal. But there's a hell of a lot of work that went into making that happen. So you feel you like I'm somebody who's cheering for them for that to happen because I think they deserve it. They've really put the fucking hard yards in to get to the point that they're at right now, and I think particularly the new material is fantastic. It's their best work that they've ever done.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and I mean, Scott. I think Scott and I are around the same age. He's been doing bands for a long time. They've been put a ton of work in Cloak. They're on their, and I feel like they do deserve to be on that next level, and I think they're going to get there, so and there's a band that I'm like, yeah, they deserve to be a huge band. But yeah, I just don't know if I feel that way about Black Braid. Yeah. But it is what it is.
Hey, just speaking about mutual friends, I saw the news about Ecclese getting their tour van robbed. Did Nas say anything to you about that?
Yeah, so I guess basically what happened when they were playing, I think they're playing in Göteborg, Gothenburg, whatever. I think it was there or Stockholm, I forget where. Yeah. One of these two places. I guess the tour manager messed up and left the bag with all their tour money in the van while they were playing, and I guess somebody broke in and stole the bag with all their tour money and some other stuff out of the van. So they which is pretty fucked up. Luckily, I guess it could have been worse because they could have gotten all their gear stolen and stuff. But and I know that they put I know that their label Deborah Mort to put a GoFundMe, and I think they basically almost made the money back that was stolen from them. But yeah.
I'm actually looking at the GoFundMe right now. So it was Phil from Deborah Morty that did it. Right now, they've got €6,438 raised of a €10,000 goal. So, yeah, hopefully making back some of that money. I had assumed that it was the local chapter of Antifa that broke in, that had been stalking them and then broke in and stole a laptop so that they can try and find scathing and incriminating evidence on it. But yeah, man,
it's just another type of low life.
Yeah. Well, I'm about to say, from what I've heard, an example of life in Sweden. Sweden's become a pretty rough place.
Yeah, and there's obviously people who get offended by why it's like that, but it is it's definitely which is crazy to me because I know they've always had crime in Sweden, but I mean when I was in Sweden like 10 years ago, it was like a beautiful place, like you felt safe everywhere you went. Now I guess it's like very unless you went to certain areas,
hand grenades thrown into their shops and all sorts of fucking crazy shit.
Yeah, it's just the government doesn't do anything about it, so stuff like this happens.
Yeah, 100%. All right, let's listen to some more music. Cosmic Putrefaction are putting out their fourth long player in October. Italian death metal unit Cosmic Putrefaction's next album, Emerald Fires Atop the Farewell Mountains, is ready to come out on October the 4th via Profound Law Records. Recording, mixing, and production was handled by Gabriel Gramaglia at Crepuscular Sound Studio. And then they, normally I would just skip over the credits, but mastering done by Simon De Silva at the Empty Hall. Simon De Silva is a fucking badass guy. He is from Aversio Humanitatis, who I absolutely love. And I think he does great work at Empty Hall as well. I think Selbst was done at Empty Hall on this last album too.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. He seems to do a good job with all of his mixing and everything like that. I mean,
he's superb. Selbst, by the way, are going to be at Fortress next year, along with Ecclese and Ulcerate and Raheem. So that I've spoken about the lineup a couple of times, but fucking hell, man, that's crazy.
That's a really crazy lineup. I mean, that's a fucking AAA lineup right there.
Very much so. And I'm hoping I'm going to get to do a couple of good face-to-face interviews when I'm there as well. So, But anyway, let's hear what Cosmic Putrefaction sounds like. Okay, I'm going to pause. What do you think?
It's pretty good. It's not really my kind of thing I'd put on in general. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but it's kind of thing that I can appreciate. I think it's pretty well performed. You know, the guitars sound a little weird in the production, but the bass and drums sound amazing on it. Like, you can really hear the bass really good. But yeah, it's not. It's like it's good. But it's not really something I can imagine myself like putting on. If you know what I mean.
To me, it's like a tale of two stories here. The first minute, I didn't like at all, and it was like I was ready to write them off. I did quite like the previous Cosmic Putrefaction record, Crepuscular Dirge for the Blessed Ones. But I don't like, just as a rule, I find that what I would call scale-based riffing. So you know that riff at the beginning, I fucking can't stand it. It's like, look, if you want to use your warm-ups as the intro to the song, then... You know, be my guest, but I'm not down with it. But
yeah, I had the same feeling about that part. I was kind of like, I don't know about this, and then it did get a little bit better as it went on. But I hate those kind of riffs, you know.
Yeah, no, I can't stand it. But then, to me, it actually, and this is why I let it run a little bit longer, and maybe we'll listen to another 60 seconds of it because it does get really interesting at about the 60-second mark. Like, you know, I kind of felt like it hit more of a groove. You had that little bit of keyboard that went in there. The riff was a little darker, like almost a slight hint of black metal in there as well. That to me was much more interesting. But again, problem here is Gabriel Gramaglia is the main dude in Cosmic Putrefaction. He does every single instrument, I believe. He produced it. So he doesn't have somebody in the room with him to say, hey, you know how many, do you want to count how many bands have done those fucking scale-based riffs since death metal began? And then, you know, five weeks from now, once you're done listing all of them, we can go on recording the rest of the record. You know, someone just needs to be there to say this isn't good.
Yeah, I think too, for me, like, I prefer, you know, if you get a band that kind of, you know, that's, I guess, not exactly the same, but in a similar vein, like Ulcerate or something. I think what makes a lot of those kind of other bands hit a little bit harder for me is they don't do these kind of random notes, like trying to make like everything seems like it has a purpose and a place, and they're not afraid of just being like, we'll just play a one chord riff here and there. They're not afraid of being barbaric at times. For me, that, you know, you could look at a lot of different bands like Incantation, Immolation, Ulcerate. That's kind of, to me, more interesting, and I do have a hard time with the kind of technical prog type of death metal where it has all these types of like scaly riffs. But like you said, when that keyboard came in, I thought it started like making me a bit more interested, you know?
Yeah. Well, we'll give it another 60 seconds. Just as a side comment, Profound Law are having a very good year. They, generally speaking, put out great records, but Wormwitch, I love that album. The new Spectral Wound sounds pretty interesting to me. Nocturnus AD was quite good. Antichrist Siege Machine is absolutely exceptional. So yeah, they're having a very good year.
Yeah, Antichrist Siege Machine and Wormwitch were quite good. You know, what's funny about Spectral Wound is that I know a lot of people who love them.
Yeah,
but they just never really did it for me. I don't really like them very much, to be honest. I don't really see what the hype's about.
I'm personally. Like that with Uada.
Yeah, I'm the same way with Uada too. Yeah.
How many times people tell me check out Uada, they're great. I just can't get into them.
No, I don't like Uada at all. They're horrible.
All right, let's listen to this for another 60 seconds. I want to hear what the rest of. I want to hear where we go next. could almost set your clock to the point where I started losing interest again. It was great up to the 2-minute 35-second mark, and then we're back into just riffs that should have ended up on the cutting room floor.
Yeah. The thing I don't quite understand about this track is that the bass sounds amazing, but then the guitars sound pretty horrible. Like you can barely hear them. You know, like it's very... The mix isn't very good, in my opinion. You know what I mean, for this kind of music. Like,
yeah,
at least on my end. But the bass sounds great, a really great bass tone. But
yeah,
it's okay, I guess. It's not.
You know, I was talking about Profound Lore earlier. Did you ever get into a record called The Ailing Facade by a band called Avatone?
No, I think I've heard you mention them before.
I was about to say, when it came out, I raved about it at the time. And I was just reminded when I was thinking about Profound Lore, I was like going through my head, like what Profound Lore records have really impressed me over the last few years. That is a masterpiece of a record. Absolute masterpiece. I think Mike actually knows somebody in the band. But yeah, absolutely fucking magnificent.
Was there a
just as a side note?
Yeah, if you scroll back up on.
Oh, okay, all right. It says Adroria to release first record in 19 years. Dark Descent Records and Sepulchral Voice Records announce on September the 27th, 2024, the release date for Adroria's first album in 19 years, titled Bleed on My Teeth. Recorded and mixed by Greg Chandler at Priory Recording Studios, mastered by Patrick Engel. For a preview, the London-based black death metalers stream Scavengers of Vengeance track. I actually don't think I've ever listened to Adoria.
I believe I have in the past. I don't quite remember what they sound like, but I did see that this was coming out, and I think the cover is kind of cool. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, the cover is pretty decent. The UK scene, generally speaking, has got some very good bands right now. So, right, let's hear what this sounds like. What do you think?
I think it's pretty good for what it is. It's kind of black thrashy-ish. It's not.
What you're about to say, it's pretty good for what it is. Fucking bullshit.
Yeah, like I got
by bullshit standards, it works pretty well.
Yeah, I don't think I really like the vocals very much.
Yeah,
like there's parts of it that I think is okay, but again, it's not something that probably not going to listen to this album.
I was about to say, I'm going to say some mean things. Musically, I actually don't mind it. I quite like black thrash. I think there's a lot of other bands that have done it a lot better than what these guys are doing it. But I quite enjoy it. But those vocals really are not good.
They're horrible.
I don't know why the decision was taken to include jaded lungs as the vocalist, but she is not good. And I'm not bashing on female vocalists here, because I know the instant go-to when you dare say something like that is that you're a misogynist. I certainly am not. Just the fact that I harp on about how great Belinda from Johnny the Boy is, negates that view. And I mean, there's a lot of female vocalists that I think do great work. Whether this were a man or woman or both, it just doesn't. It's not cutting it.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know if it was a man or woman, but I didn't like the vocals. Like, the music part of it is okay. It's not as good as like R Noir or something, but
no,
the vocals are pretty horrible. Like, yeah.
Well, if you were to armchair quarterback it, if you put Holder in here, she would have made this sound a million times better.
Yeah, just different kind of vocal. It's just not a. I get what they're trying to do with the vocals, but it kind of, I don't know. I get they're trying to be like old school, right? But it's still bad, even with like, it just doesn't work. It's just like it's one of those things where I feel kind of like, I'm like, yeah, the music's pretty good, pretty decent, but then the vocals really ruin it. And
well, dude,
like I said, I'm probably not going to listen to this album.
Yeah, if you want to hear like in the States, what is like the highest quality meat that you can buy? Is it like USDA approved or USDA AA? What is it?
Something like that, like Angus beef, stuff like that.
Let's say like USDA premium. If you want to get the USDA premium of Black Thrash through Sheer Will and Black Magic by Daiva, came out on $20 spin in 2022. Best Black Thrash album that has been released in. I possibly think it's, if you did like a genre countdown, it'd be in the top 3 without a doubt.
Yeah, and that year had some other good ones that came out too, and like. Yeah, but if you're gonna do Black Thrash, this isn't it. You know what I mean? Yeah. As far as the vocal, if they just change the vocals, I'd probably like it more. But again, there's the thing about that where it's very, even the music. I think it's okay for what it is, but then the problem is that I don't feel like it's very catchy or anything, which is kind of what you need for Black Thrash. You need some catchiness to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. All right, Dreamless Veil are a newly formed band who have signed with Relapse Records. Instantly, my eye was drawn to this because it is yet another band to feature the drums of one of the best drummers on the face of the earth, Dave Haley. So it says here, Dreamless Veil, a newly formed black and death metal supergroup composed of Artificial Brain guitarist Dan Gerguilo, Inter Armour and Artificial Brain vocalist Mike Paparo, and Psychroptic drummer Dave Haley have signed a deal with Relapse Records for the release of their debut album, dubbed Every Limb of the Flood. It will land in stores on September the 20th, 2024. I didn't even realize that he's doing something else. I don't know where the fuck he gets the time to do it, but then I also know he tends to work pretty fast, so he can probably knock out like 5-6 elite level performances in the space of a week.
I have a prediction that his drums are probably going to be the best part of this.
All right. Well, let's hear whether you are correct, sir. I don't mind that.
Yeah, it's better than I was expecting. I was kind of thinking that because I don't really like the other bands those guys are in. So I was kind of expecting some bullshit like Inter Arma and stuff. But this is actually, it's not too bad. I mean, Dave's drums are still the best part about it, but it's definitely better than I was expecting. That's for sure.
Yeah, no, I kept wanting to affirm what you had said and said, you were right, Karl. Dave's drums definitely are the best part of this. I do agree, but actually, I quite like the music. Dave has been in so many fucking cool bands, though. And I just, outside of the main ones that you would mention, Psychroptic, The Amenta, and Werewolves, did you ever get into his band Ruins? They put out their last album in 2016. It was called Undercurrent.
Yeah, Ruins is pretty sick.
Fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. And then King, they did a really good album that came out last year called Fury and Death. But yeah, man, he's just he's just an incredible drummer. I didn't even realize he was the drummer on Obsidio by Pestilence, which is one of my favorite Pestilence albums.
I never listened to that album, so
yeah, it's really, really good. I think Patrick Mameli is a fucking weasel, but I think that there's a couple of Pestilence albums, all across their career that is top tier. But I really, really like Obsidio. I love Resurrection Macabre, and I think Hadeon is fucking excellent as well, as is Exitum.
So what I don't understand is that in the description for this album, it says a newly formed blackened death metal. This is not death metal in any way. This is just black metal.
I agree.
So far. So
I think the definition of blackened death metal, I think they play pretty fast and loose with it, to be honest.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised by that. I mean, I'd actually be interested to see if the rest of it says, good. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah. No, I'm curious to hear what the rest of the record sounds like for sure. All right, this was reasonably big news earlier in the week. Nachtmystium back with new album announcement. So my first question for you is: does Blake Judd owe you money?
No,
because he seems to owe almost every single person in the US black metal scene something.
No, I never ordered from him back in the day. I don't think so. I mean, I maybe actually it's not 100% true. I remember ordering from Battle Command in the early 2000s, but I think that might have been before he started doing drugs. But I think I got the Kavist album from him. But yeah, luckily I never got fucked over by him. But supposedly he's sober again. So
well, before he got into the White Lotus and Yam Yam. Did you like Nachtmystium's music? Because I kind of feel like they got a lot of hate directed towards their music because he is such a penis of a man.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I don't really worry too much about that kind of stuff, unless except for certain times, right? But I feel like they have some good albums. Silencing Machines is good. You know. Even if you go back to like some of their early stuff, because obviously when I got into black metal in the early 2000s, that was like the height of like when Nachtmystium had released Demise and there's Astor and Leviathan, and they did the Twilight, so that was like, I definitely listened a lot to, Demise and Eulogy and Instinct, and those albums. And I've kept up with them throughout the years. It's been, to me, a little hit or miss depending on what's going on, but I did like Silencing Machines. I thought that was a pretty good album because it felt a bit more black metal. I mean, I kept up with them. Like, it's hit or miss, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I agree. It's been many years since I've gone back and listened to what year 4 were my favorite Nachtmystium albums. But I do remember enjoying Instinct Decay. And the 2 Assassins or black metal albums, Assassins and Addicts. Silencing Machine, I agree with you. I thought that was okay. The World We Left Behind, I did not enjoy. Ancient Howls of Dawning Fury, I don't think I bothered to even listen to.
I didn't listen to that one, so I have to admit,
Nightside are back in action. They say, the band have revealed details and a first single in connection with a new studio announcement entitled Blight Privilege. It will be unleashed upon the masses on November the 1st, 2024 through Prophecy Productions. Prophecy Productions are making some pretty bold moves this year, putting out the new Traldom as well, which is by all accounts seems like that will be a colossal disappointment. And then Nightside, it was interesting when they made the announcement and they basically just had this collage of all these horrible tweets and Facebook comments about Blake. So
yeah, that was pretty funny. It's pretty ballsy to do that.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I kind of agree, because you also think about it. What else are they going to do, right? If they try and act like it never happened, I think that the socials will just eat them for breakfast. So you're almost better just leaning into it and acknowledging it from the start. You know, I think that's one of the things that Agonia did wrong. When they signed Inquisition, you know, they tried to kind of just act like nothing had ever happened, and then they became really defensive when, you know, the usual people started pouncing on them for it. Now, again, I think there's a sea change of difference between the quality of Inquisition's music and Nachtmuseum's. I mean, Inquisition make some of the best music. Nachtmuseum, I can take or leave.
Yeah. I mean, when you go back to the early 2000s and you got like Nachtmuseum, Disaster, and Leviathan, like Leviathan to me was always the king. You know what I mean? Like, and then I probably listened to Disaster much more. I listened to Nachtmuseum. They're kind of like the third in the line. You know, I still kind of feel I'd actually rather listen to Krieg than Nachtmuseum. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. But, I mean, but I do like some of their stuff, and I haven't heard this new track, so I don't know what it sounds like.
Right. So. Well, let's hear what it sounds like. The song is called Predator Phoenix. As I said, taken off of Blight Privilege, which they will release on November the 1st. Let's hear. I'm going to pause right there. High-ranking Legion member, Emilio, a.k.a. A Million Worms, he's also featured on you.
Oh, really? I didn't notice that.
Yeah, did you see that?
So look at that.
I'm coming to read the rants of people who never ordered from AMM but like to complain.
That's awesome. I'll have to let Emilio know that he's featured in the video.
Yeah. By the way, I would also go as far as to say I think Emilio is the best part of this video and the song. This is fucking atrocious.
Yeah, it's not good.
I'm kind of wondering whether I'm thinking too fondly of those albums that we mentioned earlier, because of the fact that I've just not listened to them for many years. But if it's anything like this really is a load of shit. If this weren't Nachtmuseum, they would not be signed. This would be a demo that we just heard, and everyone would be going, yeah, it's all right. They're a couple of years away from, getting signed.
I think the thing is that I do think those things in the past were better than this because they had a bit more severity to it a little bit, even though like what made Nachtmuseum stand out at the time was that he did kind of mix in these kind of rock and post-punk elements and things like this but he made them work usually in the older stuff. But the problem with this, and this was kind of a problem with whatever that their album with the red cover was, As the World Burns or whatever, is that he's kind of lost the black metal of it. You know what I mean? Like Silence of Machines was good because it still had the black metal, but this is not black metal really. It's just kind of, there's nothing severe about the riff. It almost just sounds like if you did a different vocal, you could almost be doing like, I don't know, like power pop or something. You know what I mean?
I agree. I could play this to my 73-year-old mum and she would find it completely inoffensive. And that's a problem.
Yeah, it's just not. It's just like it's just like this sounds like fucking. It's not dark at all. You know what I mean?
No,
it's not good.
No, so I think at this stage, Emilio gets a top notch, and Nox Mystium gets a fucking. I haven't actually thought of something insulting enough to call this song. I think it fucking sucks. It's absolutely atrocious.
Thumbs down. It's like if you were at the Gladiator, you know what I mean? Like you'd be like, give him the thumbs down. I'm
gonna call it the Kamala Harris of black metal singles.
Exactly.
All right, now this will be a proper
something good
cleanser because there's been it's been a sea of mediocrity on the news rant this week, but 1349 have put out another single off their new album. It's called God Devourer. It says here, 1349 are presenting you a Claudio Marino directed official video for the God Devourer, the latest single off their upcoming studio record, The Wolf and the King. The latter drops October the 4th, 2024 on Season of Mist. Did you enjoy the previous single?
Yep, I like the previous single, and truth be told, I've heard this single and it's great too. I think we should play it because people need to hear it.
Truth be told, I've heard the album many times. Yeah. And as I've said, to me, there is no question this is the best thing that they've done since Beyond the Apocalypse. I think that I always felt like Beyond the Apocalypse was the most fully realized 1349 record. And I liked Hellfire, I liked Demon War. But Beyond the Apocalypse just had something special. And I remember when I met Raven in 2008, I remember how impressed he was at that I had gravitated towards that record in particular, because a lot of people didn't really like it after Liberation. But I thought it was absolutely superb. And to me, this album has hints of that record, but taken into, a more modern setting. And actually, I think adding a bit of severity to it as well.
Yeah, I think I'm a little different in the sense that I think Demon Noir might be my favorite, because I really like the ambient pieces in between the tracks and everything. But yeah, I mean, to me, their top three is Beyond Apocalypse, Demon Noir, and Hellfire. Like that's definitely for me the best. But I do like all their stuff. I like Cauldron Chaos. I like the album that Tom G. Warrior produced. I like the last album I wasn't as big on. And everything, so far these songs for this, I'm like really, really love it. Like, I think I'm really excited to hear this album. So yeah.
Something I'll definitely say in conjunction with you mentioning Demon Noir, Psalm 777. That is probably my favorite Demon Noir. 1349 song.
Yeah,
that is sick. Just fucking genius. That breakdown, I know I spoke about it when I had Swatolv and Idar on the show, but that breakdown that they have kind of midway through the song, it's one of the nastiest pieces of black metal ever recorded.
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
Yeah. All right, let's hear what the God Devourer sounds like.
Your Lord is of him golden, of us pain away to sleeper.
no question, that is top notch. That is fucking brilliant.
And so that's how you do it. Like it's awesome, and then it gets in the mid taste part, and you start fucking just want to bang your head. You know, like it's just so catchy and kind of got a little bit of groove to it in that part, but it's like still like fucking like unrelenting. You know, to me, this is what this type of black metal should sound like. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. I kind of feel like they took to heart some of the criticism that was thrown their way for the Infernal Pathway, because a lot of people felt like they'd softened their sound a little on that record. I think it's a partly fair criticism. What's the name? I think it was Dotcomp was the first single they put out of that record. It was a song that was a little bit more accessible than stuff that they'd put out previously, and it kind of leaned into everybody in the band's love of, like, you know, older, you know, hard rock, heavy metal, you know, Wasp, Kiss, and all that sort of thing. But I kind of feel like they took the lessons from that record and they've really applied it here, because there's similar ideas here. Like there's quite a clear song structure here. There's like a, you know, verse, chorus. But the severity is back. It sounds aggressive. It sounds dark. And I feel like every single person in this band is really on top form. Raven sounds fucking incredible. Frost sounds absolutely superb. You know, Archaon, Sadamon sound brilliant. And I'll just give them a shout out because I want to. I don't know what they're singing about, but I know Svartal's lyrics will be killer as well.
Yeah, I think the thing... To me, the big difference between this and Infernal Pathway is that this feels like they cut the fat out. Like that album was pretty good, but it had a lot of like extra riffs, and some of the songs went on a little too long and stuff. Like this feels like they like, so far both the songs from this feel like they've like trimmed the fat down, like to try to be as fucking like hit you in the face as much as possible. Yeah, you know what I mean? I really appreciate that, you know.
Totally agree, and I will be seeing them at Inferno next year, so I'm very excited about that, and hopefully getting to do something in person with maybe with Idar again. But I've been campaigning with Katie to let me speak to Raven again. I even sent the old photo of me looking like I'm in a fucking new metal band posed. I don't know if you've ever seen that. There's a photo of me with a whole band except for Frost. And still back in the day when I had enough hair to spike it up. She said, I think when Katie saw it, she says, "Oh, you look like Chino Moreno." So anyway,
that's awesome.
All right, let's do two more. So Solstafir, they're putting out a new single. It says here, Iceland-based quartet Solstafir are premiering a brand new 2-track single, Hun Andar. Both songs are available for streaming via YouTube Player Down Under. This second one they've got on here, Hin Helga Kavor, or whatever, however it's pronounced. I think that was the music video that they put out a while back, which I really, really like that. I don't know whether you... Yeah, I was about to say, you got into it as well.
Yeah, I like that they kind of brought back some of the black metal and metal elements, like, because there for a while they kind of really strayed away from having the metal, like the harsh vocals and stuff. So it's kind of nice there. It almost reminded me of a return back to Cold, like their second album, which is probably my favorite. So I really like that aspect of it.
Yeah. All right, so Hun Andar is the single we will listen to, because that's the one I haven't heard yet. I
haven't heard it yet either. So.
Ég hvet þig hér
I like it. I think it's pretty. I think I like the first single a bit better, but you know, this has always been a part of their sound. You know, like they always have these kind of other things going on, and I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you. I think I really, really like that first single. I was kind of hoping that we would hear something in a similar vein, but as the song was progressing, I was getting more and more into it. Like, this is maybe one where, you know, this format where we're listening to like 2 minutes of a song doesn't necessarily do it justice, but I like it. I think it's good.
Yeah, the Solstafir are one of those bands that, you know, you do kind of have to listen to the whole song, but like, I'll be honest, I wasn't a huge fan of their last album, but this one definitely sounds a lot better, a lot more what I'm in. You know, I feel like they're kind of gone back a little bit to what I liked about some of their older albums. You know.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. Thumbs up. Doesn't get the unequivocal top notch that 1349 got, but it definitely gets a thumbs up. All right, let's wrap up with a quick skim through the Democrats' Guide to Rock Music, a band I know that you're really fond of, Skillet's John Cooper. If you don't believe in God, you don't believe in eternal consequences to the way you live your life. I hope you take note of that.
Oh yeah, thanks, Skillet.
9 Inch Nails to score Disney's Tron Ares. Don't really give two shits about Tron, but I do really enjoy 9 Inch Nails. I've mentioned this many times before, but I think that Trent Reznor is one of the most gifted songwriters, not necessarily technically like one of the best musicians, but in terms of just pure songwriting, to me, he operates on a level that very, very, very few others can come close to.
Yeah, he's a great, and he's great with making the sounds and stuff, you know, which I think is like really been very good for doing all this score work with what's his name,
Atticus Ross.
Atticus Ross, yeah. Like,
have you seen 9 Inch Nails live?
No, unfortunately, they're one of those bands I've always ended up missing one way or another. So, and I don't think they're touring live anymore. So I missed my shot. So.
Yeah, they don't really tour much live, but I would really strongly suggest if you ever get the chance, because I know they do some one-off shows. If you ever get the chance, make sure you see them. I saw them in 2014, I think, at the O2 Arena here in London. I was fucking blown away. It was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I definitely, they're one of those bands I've always wanted to see live, but yeah, so it's always been like something's gotten in the way of me seeing them every single time. So at one point, I just kind of gave up for a while. I was like, you know, but I wanted to see them last time they came with Jesus Mary Chain. I'm a big fan of Jesus Mary Chain as well, but the tickets were a little too expensive for me at the time. So
yeah, that's the only problem when they play nowadays. They were going to play again in like 2018, I think, over here. And I blogged on as soon as the tickets went on sale, and Ticketmaster put you in a queue. I was like 25,000 in the queue. I was like, well, what's the point of this? So, yeah. All right, Deicide Steve. I keep saying Steve Ashim, but I think it's pronounced Steve Asheim, regardless. Deicide Steve Asheim doesn't understand Banished by Sin AI artwork controversy. We're just going with the times. Let's actually listen to what he says on the interview. I did do a little bit of research when I saw this because I knew it would be a topic of conversation. So I know exactly where this kicks in. So if you give me 2 seconds to cue it up.
Okay.
Hi, Steve. Thanks for taking time to chat. How are you?
It's a roundabout year, so we'll take it from the 18 minute 53 second mark, and this is I should give credit to Sound Terror YouTube channel. Let's hear what Steve has to say.
The push demander is
Sure, yeah. Art, especially in extreme metal, is supposed to do that kind of thing, I guess, you know. We pushed the boundaries this last one, but kind of for the wrong reasons. People with the AI art controversy going, people bitching about that. What do you want from me? I record on Pro Tools also, that's digital, I don't know.
But tell me, what is your opinion about AI in art? I mean, do you think there's a threat that it can make too much than the band?
Sure. They're doing it with music and with writing, and AI is getting into everything. I How do you stop it? I don't know. Go back to a guy with a paintbrush and a canvas and that kind of thing. I mean, sure, they still exist. A lot of people do their art on computers with the art programs or whatever. You know, I don't know, so I don't know the names of any of them, but I know people. Going with the latest technology, this seems to be it. You know, if there's a backlash, there's usually some kind of backlash against stuff every so often. You know, so we'll see how that plays out. And what will really happen in the next, for our next record. Let's see what's available then.
So I know you've got some extremely strong opinions on this, which is why I was interested in us talking about this. What do you think about what he said there?
Well, I'm an anti-AI art person 100%. So, I think that I do think that Glenn Benton did it on purpose to try to press buttons. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, I actually am starting to think that he was like, let's piss people off, and do this. Because that's what he said he did. And a lot of people were like, well, whatever, you just did because you're lazy. I kind of got the feeling that he did want to, piss people off. But I also just don't think that, but even still, I just don't think that's really a good reason to use AI art. Like what I didn't understand with that was that they had gotten really great artists. I think it was Nestor Avalos or one amazing artists to do a design for the single release, which could have been the album cover. It would have been a much better album cover. But for some reason, so it's not like they're not using artists at the same time. It's not, so it's weird that they were would hire an extremely good artist to do the single art, for Spotify or whatever, but then release this horrible AI art for their front cover. You know what I mean?
Well, so that actually maybe then also confirms what your theory, right? That Glenn was just doing it to poke the bear. Yeah. I respect and appreciate the fact that Steve is, he kind of laughs about it, and he's at least leaning into it. He's a little defensive, but he's not immediately defensive. And I've met him a few times. He's a great dude. But my problem is with AI art. AI art to me is lazy, and if you're lazy enough to have a computer generate the art for your album, what does that say about the level of effort you're willing to invest in the music? And I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I don't like the new Deicide album. I think it's much like the last couple of Deicide releases, really, where there's moments where it sounds decent. There's a couple of songs that I'll hear that I'll go, okay, this is good, but I will never listen to any of these recent Deicide records. If I'm in the mood to listen to Deicide, I would never choose that over Deicide, Legion, or Once Upon the Cross. Never. It wouldn't even cross my mind to listen to Banished by Sin over the first album. And that's true of Overtures of Blasphemy. It's true of In the Minds of Evil. It's true of To Hell with God. I kind of think that they had a bit of a resurgence when The Stench of Redemption came in, and I actually do quite like Till Death Do Us Part, even though I know that's not a popular choice. But the point of my ramble is it's lazy. It reflects in the laziness of what you're writing as well, in my view.
Well, I feel like the new Deicide sounds like it could have been written by AI.
I agree.
And literally the only thing that positive I thought was the new Deicide was that Glenn's mixing some more of his high vocals in. But it doesn't mean that it's good. I just I appreciate that he's doing that, but I just feel like, here's the deal. Steve's talking about we got to keep up with the times or whatever. I feel like that's all Deicide is doing right now. Is they're like, okay, let's just use whatever the current production is that everyone's using. So their stuff just sounds like every other band in the production, right? It's very processed, very just fucking no teeth, and I feel like that has been how it's been the last few years. It's they just kind of go with whatever's the kind of current trend with the production and stuff like that, I know that there's still a great band live. And it's awesome that Cloak is going to tour with them and stuff. But the thing, is that, as far as I'm concerned, Deicide could never release another album again, and they'd be fine. They could literally just keep touring and never release another album, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. And I think you make a very good point in it's as though they are too conscious of what's going on. Like there's too much thought going into what they want to, what techniques they want to use, what recording tools they want to use, rather than just focusing on making music. Like, this isn't, stop doing market analysis. Stop doing, pulse surveys of the audience. Just do what you fucking want to do and see what comes out. And I bet you if they just did an album where they were like, we don't give a fuck about what's going on externally. We're just going to make an album that's entirely for ourselves, for our own enjoyment. It would be the end result would be far better.
Oh yeah, I think that you can look at there's a number of old guard death metal bands that do that, like Immolation, Incantation, Napalm Death, like Suffocation. There's a ton of bands that obviously just do what they want to do, and they have their sound, and they have a vision for what they want their sound to be. And those are the bands that constantly put out great albums. I mean, the last Immolation album was actually probably in my top 3 Immolation albums of their whole career. I mean, it was Acts of God was amazing.
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
But here's the difference, I think, is that those bands have a vision, an artistic vision that underlines everything they do, where I think Deicide is kind of missing that nowadays. They had it the early days because Glenn Benton was so fucking insanely anti-Christian and had this fucking fire and fury. I don't think he has that anymore. So I think they're in kind of a position where they don't have that intensity. They're just kind of going out to tour and keep themselves afloat. And I mean, even look at Cannibal Corpse. The last Cannibal Corpse album was fucking sick. You know what I mean? Like they keep putting out good stuff. Deicide's definitely better than 6 Feet Under, but they're not much better. You just get the feeling that they're not really behind their new music. I would like it if they, like you said, if they would just forget about trying to have the newest, coolest production, forget about everything, go back to basics, go back to actually playing. You can tell they don't write the songs together in a room. You know what I mean? You can tell that it's not put together in a room. Go back to how you did it in 1990. I bet they could actually make something good.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And there's a direct reduction in the amount of conviction in their lyrics and in their delivery, really from Incinerate Him. So Serpents of the Light was kind of the last vestige of the Deicide spirit, in my view. Then Incinerate Him and In Torment and Hell and Scars of the Crucifix really stunk up the joint. Then the Stench of Redemption, that was a bit of a refresh and a restart for them, but I think in large part that's because Ralph Santola was there. Till Death Do Us Part, I know there's songs there about Glenn's divorce. He's clearly pissed off about that, so he sounds a lot more convincing, which is probably why I like it.
Yeah.
But then after that, it's just a shambles. I totally agree with you. It just doesn't feel like they're behind what they're doing. It doesn't feel like they have any real love for what they're putting out. No,
I feel like I said, I've heard from friends that they're still great live and they do play a good live show, but I feel like at this point they're just releasing albums for the tour cycle. They just feel like, okay, every 2 to 4 years we got to put out an album. It just feels like it just feel like there isn't really the vision that was there in the past. I feel like Glenn needs reconnect with Satan. You know what I mean?
Yeah, make friends with Satan.
Yeah, you need to remember what you felt when you're writing sacrificial suicide and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He needs a hey Satan, it's me, Glenn moment. Exactly. All right, brother. Well, listen, thank you so much for your time. I always, whenever we do these, I always remember what a fucking blast it is doing them with you. It's a shame we don't live closer to each other, because honestly, I would be perfectly happy for us to do the news rant together every single week. So I really appreciate your time. I had a great time catching up with you, and we will do the My Dying Bride countdown at some point very soon.
Yeah. If this time generally works for you, then this is a pretty good time for me to do this kind of stuff. So definitely, we'll do My Dying Bride soon, finally, and yeah. Anytime you want me on the news rant, just let me know. I'm always happy. It's a lot of fun.
All right, brother.
So,
that is a deal for sure. Thank you very much, and I'll speak to you soon.
Awesome, brother.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That wraps up another episode of Into the Necrosphere. Thank you so much for checking out the podcast. If you've stuck around until the end, I hope that you have enjoyed every minute of it. And like I always say, I am so completely and utterly humbled by the fact that every single year or every single week, more people tune into the podcast. Like last year, I think the total number of downloads that I got was about 120,000 if I combine the audio channels with YouTube. This year, we're on track to pretty easily exceed 250,000, and that is completely and utterly mind-blowing to me. So thank you very much. Thank you also to my guests for their time. Jerry Kurunen, awesome dude. Make sure you check out Rauta. Make sure you check out his bands, Nightside and Annihilatus. And then Karl Haikara, the Sinister Minister. What a sidekick to have on the news rant. For sure, listen to his podcast, Soul Knox, out every Thursday and every Sunday. And again, he'll be back on the podcast again at some point soon. We'll also definitely have to do our My Dying Bride countdown. That is long overdue, partly down to my fucking insane schedule. But yeah, we will do it. I'm going to play out with a song by Annihilatus, Jerry's other band. I promised that I would do it. I'm a man of my word. I will be back next week, guest to be confirmed, but I don't think that you will be disappointed. In the meantime, whatever it is that you are doing and wherever it is that you are, stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll see you bad motherfuckers again next week.